Subscribe.
Me?
No, I'm talking to my friend here.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Greetings, everyone. We are live again. Dynasty Mirror Search for Who. Thank you all. Thank you so much for joining. Do me a favor as you come into the chat room. Again, do me a favor as you come into the chat room. Hit that like button. Again, please hit that like button. Also, share. Again, share and subscribe. I would greatly appreciate it. Again, share and subscribe. What else we got going on? Tours. Sierra Leone. We are rolling to Sierra Leone November 20th through December 3rd. November 20th through December 3rd. We are rolling to Sierra Leone. So we'd love to have you. We'd love for you all to join. Also, citizenship is available. Let me get this back focused. There we go. Citizenship is available to those who qualify, and citizenship is available to those who qualify. Hit me up. Visit Donfo. Let me put the site real quick. Donfo.africa. Again, visit Donfo.africa to learn more. I'm going to pull up the site real quick, you guys. Again, visit Donfo, Danfo, Donfo, Danfo dot Africa to learn more about the tours. And then also, somebody said, congratulations for the yesterday's live stream. It was the longest ever. Listen, I was asleep. You guys need to congratulate John. I was knocked out. What else do we have here? Oh, Nigeria. We're still rolling to Nigeria next month, August 8th through the 17th. Again, August 8th through the 17th. If you're interested in rolling to Nigeria, come and join us. Again, if you're interested in rolling to Nigeria, come and join us. And shout out to John Cashin, who's right here. They see you, John. They see you. And it's great. There you go. Shout out to John, everyone.
Team Legos.
Team Legos. There you go. Team Legos. There you go. So again, guys, visit Donfo.africa to know more. Also for the gear, visit Ilemir, Ilemir.com for the gear. Let me get you set up, John. Here we go.
Keep talking.
Oh, no, hold on.
Let me get the.
Okay, all right. So here we go. So again, for the gear, visit Ilemir. Yeah, that live stream was basically a flight from NYC to Lome. No, it was a flight from NYC to Dakar. All right, to Dakar is about a 7-hour flight. Again, to Dakar is about a 7-hour flight. So yeah. In fact, when we go to Sierra Leone in November, we're flying direct from JFK to Dakar to Freetown. So it's about a 7-hour flight. So Ilemir.com. If you guys want the gear, people are always asking, Dynasty, where do you get the gear from? Ilemir, ILEAMIR.com, ILEAMIR.com. Go grab your shirt, prints, everything, grab your gear. With further ado, we have a special guest on with us today. A very special guest. Miss Carrie. You gotta unmute yourself. You gotta unmute yourself.
Sorry. Say
No
Carrie.
problem. Say Carrie is on with the. Yeah, John is awake, everyone. John is awake. I'm pretty sure he's gonna be coming in and joining the chat here shortly. And today's topic, we're gonna be discussing. So, Miss Carrie reached out to me, and she gave her perspective on what her grandmother, correct?
So,
Oh, your mother.
yeah,
Yeah, go ahead.
perspective based on.
In fact, do me a favor. Go ahead and introduce yourself, who you are, and then we'll jump into it. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Saye Carrie. That is my pen name, Saye Carrie. I am an author of 2 books. I publish Hidden Commonalities. Sorry, my son. Hidden Commonalities, Identifying Cultural Similarities Among
You got
Africans
your
and
book with you? You got
I
your book?
do.
Yeah, go
Yes, I
on.
do. It's right here, everybody. Hidden Commonalities, Identifying Cultural Similarities Among Africans and African Descendants. And my second book, I published Unraveling the Story of Black African Hair. You're muted, Dynast.
My bad. I said tell the baby I said hello.
Mr. Dynast said hi. Say hi. I don't know
There
if
you
you heard
go.
it. Here you go. Now go to daddy.
Okay.
Yes.
All
So
right.
my
So
books are available at www.sayecarry.com, as well as major booksellers such as Amazon and Barnes and Noble.
you said did he say he wants mommy time?
He said lollipop.
Lollipop. Okay.
So
Okay.
Say
Tell him.
Carry, so that's SAYECARRIE.com.
Oh, okay. No. Oops. Tripping.
No R, everyone.
There we go. You guys can go and check it out and grab a book. So you reached out to me a couple of days ago. You say you saw the show, enjoyed the show, and then it was your grandmother. Your grandmother or your mother was it your grandmother that grew up in Liberia.
So all four of my grandparents were born in Liberia, and my two parents were born in Liberia.
Okay, and you were going into detail because the argument is that the American Liberians came and they just treated all the indigenous population like trash and like dirt and less than, and they felt superior, and the indigenous population was inferior. They forced them to change their names, but you came on and said that it was your grandma, right?
So, okay, my maternal grandmother was Americo Liberian slash Conga. So if you know the story, she's a descendant of recaptured slaves from the Congo Empire, and as well as freed blacks from down south and in the Caribbean, Barbados.
Okay, and then how was their? Just give us the background as far as
My
in
and
Liberia.
my maternal grandfather was in both my grandparents on my mother's side has passed, so they were God rest their soul. My grandfather, he was indigenous Loma. My paternal grandma, she's Bassa, and my late paternal grandfather, it was Kron.
Okay,
Hmm.
America.
Yes.
so how was their experience as far as the indigenous side
Okay.
growing up in Liberia from
And I
what
know
they told you?
everybody's experience is different. So I'm just
Correct, and that's
I'm
and
just
that's the
talking
point
about
exactly.
I'm talking about my family experience, because I know we've had like other guests and they felt like, oh no, everybody was felt that there was some type of oppression going on, which is correct, discrimination and oppression that was going on. But in my family's case, my grandfather, my maternal grandfather and my paternal grandfather were raised by American Liberian people. They were
Okay, and
adopted
how
and they were,
right, and how was that experience from what they
from
told you?
my understanding, like on my grandfather's situation, or for my grandfather, my maternal grandfather, he was raised by the late Pittman Kennedy in Carysburg, and from my understanding, he he wasn't like treated badly. They treated him as their own, as their own child, That's from what he told me,
Hmm.
explained to us in that case.
Okay. No, John. Oh, John, they starting again. They saying you white, John. John's not white. He's very light skinned. He's not white. He's just very light skinned. But as far as like, what other stories did they share with you as far as
Um,
growing up in Liberia?
okay, so from what my understanding was, he wasn't they treated him well.
Right.
Not to say that there were other indigenous people who were treated unfairly, who were discriminated against. So again, that's our family story. And it was, from what he said, it wasn't a bad situation or anything, because he grew up, or my grandfather grew up around, he was in the settlement. And my maternal grandmother, who is part of Conga or American Liberian group, She from Harrisburg, that up the river, that area, Crosaville, where the people from Barbados settled in around that area. So he was around that area. So he was always near them, but it wasn't. He, from my understanding, he didn't feel as though he was treated poorly.
Mm-hmm. So did he change his name and or?
So his name is Cooley, and they did give him that name. He did give him the name Robert, but with his name Robert Humphrey and then Cooley Kennedy. So the Cooley name is hyphenated with the Kennedy name.
Okay. Was it by force? Like, why
No,
did he
it
change?
wasn't. It wasn't by force because he kept that Cooley Kennedy. Because again, I know like what Miss Qua was saying the other day. When you get adopted, you have that adopted name. You when you're adopted, you get an adopted name.
All right.
And then if you want, you can keep the name that you had at birth, or you can have that name. But he kept the Cooley name and then hyphen Kennedy.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. Now, when did your family move or come to the U.S. and why?
Okay, so and then to fast forward that when my grandparents met, and again as I said before, I'm a product of indigenous in America Congo marriage or an intermarriage. So when my maternal grandparents met each other in 1955, they both moved to Lofa.
Okay.
So after they're done with education, after my grandma was done with nursing school, and my grandfather was done with his studies in the University of Liberia. I don't know what it
Hold
was
on.
called.
Okay. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Let me stop you right there. When do
Okay.
you know by chance? I know it's been a while ago. Do you know by chance when your grandfather went to the University of Liberia?
Uh, okay.
Roughly.
It may have been in the mid to late 40s, early
Okay.
50s, because they got married in 1955. So I think my grandma may have been, she was in her mid 20s, and they're 2 years apart, I believe. So he may have been done already by the time they got married. So that was like
Okay.
maybe in like the late 40s, um, early 50s. But then I have to like speak with my mother again about the years and so forth.
Hmm.
But I
Because
know from
the argument is that the indigenous population, they weren't allowed to have access to education, and that there's this apartheid system. And so when you think of apartheid, when you think of Jim Crow, that the indigenous population pretty much weren't allowed to go to school or attend the same school with the in with the Americo population, which isn't true, unless somebody can show me something that's on the books. Because here in America, during Jim Crow and in South Africa during apartheid, there's actual legislation and laws on the books saying that black folks can't attend, you know, white institutions. But there was nothing like that. But go ahead.
so around that time period, I'm guessing mid to late 40s, early 50s. And I know 1955, when they got May 1955, after my grandparents were married, they went back to Lofa. They went back, what Liberian people say, the interior. So they went
Okay.
there, and then since they received an education, they wanted their indigenous people to receive an education. So my
Okay.
grandfather wanted his fellow Lofians to be educated as well. So they went there, and he started off as a teacher.
Hmm.
And he started off, his first was a teacher. My grandma was a nurse, and went back there. She went when she was a nurse, discussed reproductive health and so forth, and other medical topics amongst the people of Lofa. And as I said before, my grandpa started as a teacher, and then as a principal for Vanjma Multilateral School.
Okay. So then your parents were born, and so tell us about that
Okay, about my parents.
in
Okay,
Liberia, right?
okay. So my dad, he was born in Monrovia, and
Hmm.
my mom was born in Vanjuma. So when my maternal grandparents moved to Lofa, uh, 3 out of 4 of their kids were born in Vanjima,
Okay.
and then
What?
my
No, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
and my late aunt, she was born in Monrovia. So this, I know it's a lot of history that's going on. Hold on. There's
It's
a
all
lot of
good.
thank you. Hold on, Dinas.
Okay, no worries. Take your time, guys. Do me a favor. Hit the like button again, please. Hit that like button as you come to the chat room. Again, hit the like button as you come into the chat room. Also, make sure you share the content and subscribe. Somebody in the chat was asking about upgrades. Uh, Baruti, yes, it did. I can answer that for you. Let's see here. Somebody had a question about the tour. Hold on, Katie B. If you yes, if you want to upgrade flights, you can upgrade flights. Again, if you want to upgrade flights, you can upgrade flights if you want to. If you come on the tours, yes, you can. Let's see. Let's wait for her to come back. I know she has her little one in the background. You know, Mansa used to do the same thing to me all the time. Like I said, Mansa used to do the same thing to me and troll and all that good stuff. So yeah, that's just part of it. Again, that is part of it, everyone. So hold on one second. And guys, we'll open up the lines because Baruti people are ignorant. They just don't know no better. What we'll do, we'll open up the lines in about 20 minutes. We'll open up the lines in about 20 minutes. All right, Miss
Okay,
Kelly, go ahead.
Dinas, I'm back on. Okay,
No problem.
so I apologize.
Yeah, no
Um,
problem. My
thank
son used to do the same thing, and he still do the same thing. He almost 9, so I get it.
my son is almost 4. Okay, so with my maternal grandparents, when they were in Lofa, they wanted to educate the indigenous people, and furthermore, while my grandfather was teaching in the Vanjima High School, um, external internal pressure was placed on the Tubman government to open the provinces of Liberia.
Hmm.
So in 1964, in 1964, the eastern and western provinces were made into 4 counties by the act of the Liberian legislator.
Hmm.
And then, the new counties that became part of the political subdivision were Lofa, Nimba, Grangire, and Bung counties. So at that time, 1964, Tubman appointed my grandfather to be the first superintendent of Lofa County.
Okay, let me stop. So let me stop you right there. So your grandfather was part of government.
Yes.
Okay, because again, the
Yes.
argument is that the indigenous population weren't allowed to have positions in government. That was like one of the arguments. But your grandfather had a position in government. Okay, go ahead.
Yes. Um, Also, the subdivision was also opened in, and also there was Honorable Gabriel G. Fungalo, Honorable Moses P. Harris, and Honorable James Y. Barbier as superintendents, respectively, of their new counties. So all those men
Mm.
who were appointed were indigenous men, of course.
Okay. This is great to know. I wish I had my pen with me. Where's my pen at? I need to want right now. Oh man, but go ahead, keep going, keep
But
going.
it does, because like from what the conversation that we're talking about, it does get a little deeper. It does
No,
get
go
deep.
ahead. Let's
Okay.
get deep. Let's get deep. Let's get deep.
All
That's
right.
why we're here.
So during their time as superintendents, there was some Tubman did hire some people to go like spread news and gossip and so forth. So a scandal about 1960, a scandal did occur
What was the scandal?
where they felt Tubman felt that my grandfather and those 3 men wanted to overthrow the government. It wasn't about wanting to overthrow the government. It was they weren't trying to do. They were trying to educate the indigenous population.
Okay.
So that was the
Keep
point
going.
of them going back, going there. So so again, it's like you can say yes and no at the same time if who was being oppressed or whatnot.
Hmm.
If the indigenous people were being oppressed, like of course majority were discriminated against.
All right. So
And
Tubman accused your father and the newly appointed
my maternal
superintendent. I'm
grandfather,
sorry, your grandfather, right?
yes,
And the newly elected superintendents of these new
counties
counties.
as
He accused them of wanting to
of
start a coup.
treason, wanted to overthrow
Okay.
the government and
Okay.
treason.
Why did Tubman say that? Like what did Tubman present to say as evidence of?
I'm I'm not too again. I have to like go back and like my
Yeah.
grandfather, my maternal grandparents are deceased now, but I will go back and talk to my uncles and my mother. What they
Okay.
know more about what happened then and so forth. Um, so they ended up being in jail for like about a year. With
Okay.
about a year, um, but and what else? About a year. And I know my grandma did. Although my grandma is supposed to be a part of that 5%, she did speak out against Tubman. She did say something to him, but he didn't. But he didn't really. I know somebody said that they should arrest her too, but he said no, we're not gonna arrest her. That's our people. That's what he said.
Okay. Okay. Guys, do me a favor. Hit the like button again, please. Hit the like button. Well, Kyla, what about Nimba women? Kyla, you're not from Nimba, are you? Are you from Nimba?
No, I'm from my family's from Grand Jude, Riverside, Lofa, and Montserrado counties.
Okay. Okay, let's see here. All right, so your family, I guess, when did they start coming to America?
Okay, so my on my after that whole scandal that occurred, when the late President Tolbert became in office, he appointed my maternal grandfather as ambassador of Liberia to Italy and Yugoslavia.
Okay, so October. Okay, so once your grandfather got out of jail and Tubman
All that.
passed away,
Yeah, yes.
October came in and he appointed your grandfather as
Uh,
okay,
ambassador of
ambassador.
Liberia
Okay,
to Italy and Yugoslavia.
okay, okay, perfect. Okay, and then okay, here we go.
So then,
Okay, go ahead.
because I know you asked when did my family get here, so
No,
I'm
no,
getting to.
but
I'm
finish. We
sorry.
gonna get there, but finish.
Okay,
Go ahead.
so when the coup d'état occurred, that's when my maternal side of the family ended up in the United States. So 1980, that's how they got here. That was the reason why my maternal side got to the United States.
What about the paternal? What about
Okay,
your
my
grandfather?
father came in 1981 on a student visa. And again, my father, he's of Riverside and Grand Jude parentage.
Okay. But your grandfather, who was the ambassador under Tolbert, what happened to him?
Um, Nothing happened to him. Like after the government was overthrown, they had to go. They had to leave because that was end of that administration. They had to leave, and they weren't going to go back. We didn't know what was going to happen if they went back to Liberia. So it was better for them to come to immigrate to the United States.
Okay, so I don't know. I don't know. So would it be safe to say, I could be wrong, that your grandfather didn't support the coup of 1980?
It would be safe to say the in regards to putting the 13 men to the poll and the way how Talbert, he was assassinated. My grandfather did not, he disagreed with that
Okay. And what about like
because,
your? Go ahead. Go ahead.
honey, and you said what about what
No, no. Continue.
he
Because
didn't even when I know when I had like growing up, I've had conversations with my maternal I've had conversations with my maternal grandfather where he said that even when he came to the United States, Doe wanted him to also work for his government because Doe wanted indigenous people to come and work. Although like my grandfather was working for Tubman's administration in Talbert, he also wanted my grandfather to work for the Dole administration, for his administration as well.
Okay, but your grandfather refused.
They already decided to settle in the United States.
Okay. What? So your grandfather did he ever speak on the Americos enslaving the natives or anything like that? Like, has your family have they ever said, like you said, there was discrimination, but as
Not to
far as
my knowledge, I didn't hear anybody saying that it was enslaved. They only said that my family, because we're a mixture of indigenous and Liberian Conga, they only said that there was oppression and discrimination that was going on. Nothing about apartheid.
okay.
But again,
Nah,
our family history is different from other history. From what I'm talking about, based on my family, might be different from another. So I don't want it to deflect the
right.
fact that some people, there are people who were oppressed.
Mm-hmm. But your side of the family never brought up how they observed apartheid or slavery.
No, not to my knowledge.
Okay.
Both sides. I never ever heard nothing, my paternal side nor my maternal side saying that.
Okay. All right. Let's see here, guys. Hit the like button. Hit the like button. So Doe takes power. Then you have the Civil War. Another coup in 1989 in the Civil War. Like, when did your grandfather pass away?
2006.
So what did he say? Like, while Doe was in power, what was his thoughts? What were his feelings? Did he ever go back to Liberia to visit? Like,
Yes, they did go. So I think the last time my grandfather, before he passed, the last time he went was in 1989 when my uncle when my uncle got married. December. It was like during Christmas time, 1980, and all that stuff was going on. So like stuff started happening. They still went, regardless. They still, my grandparents still went. And I know for him it was 1989. That was last time for my uncle's wedding, and that was December. It was around Christmas time, so stuff was happening around that time when the Civil War was about to happen.
okay. So after the Civil War, so how did your grandfather feel about Doe's reign? Like, while Doe was in power, would they ever comment on it? Like your grandfather or your parents, all did they ever speak on Doe at all?
I mean, I would hear them growing up. I would hear them talking about certain situations. How, like, I know the other day I did speak to my father on the phone, and again, he's half from Grand Judah and from River Sess, and what he stated was the the economy wasn't bad. It wasn't going down. He's from his perspective, because he was there up until 1981. He said that the way how Tolbert left the economy, that's how the economy was. Nothing wasn't really changed. However, there were executions, there were killings that were being taken place. He did state that to me.
During Doe?
Yes.
Okay. Now, during Doe, the executions and killings that were taking place, did he ever, during Doe's reign, the executions and the killings that were taking place, was a lot of that going on during the Liberia, I guess, reign or whatever? Did your grandfather ever talk about that, as far as them doing the same thing that Doe was doing at that level,
Killing.
or just running like, so when Doe came to power, there was several acts of genocide where he was wiping out and committing acts of genocide against other tribes just cause. Was that going on during the Liberian, I
I
guess,
know.
period?
I know people. I know. The late Albert Port. His family's from Barbados, and they settled in Croseville. He did have a newspaper where he would talk. He would speak out against Tubman's administration. He was also placed in jail.
Okay, but I'm talking about as far as like what Doe was doing, as far as just running around killing people in mass and committing acts of genocide. Was that going on during the Liberian reign? Did your parents ever speak on that, or your grandfather?
I didn't really hear them speaking on that. But again, I would have to do more of my research, and I would have to also talk to them about it.
Okay. guys. So when the 1989 coup and Civil War happened, how did your how'd your grandfather react, and how'd
Every,
your family
every
react?
everybody was upset about it. Everybody was upset, and as on my paternal side, on my paternal side, my grandparents they came 1990. They fled. They started off in Ghana, and then they came to New York. You're muted, Dinas.
Sorry about that. So they fled in 1989.
Yes, they
Okay.
I believe 1990. That's when they fled on my paternal side. My
Hmm.
dad was already here, but on my paternal side they fled and went to Ghana in 1990, and then came to the United States in 1993.
Okay. Did your grandfather or father talk about a lot of Liberians fleeing to neighboring countries or to America? Native Liberians fleeing to neighboring countries or to America during American rule.
No, I didn't hear that. I mean, I didn't hear there are people who had opportunities to come, which they did to there were, like, I know, especially during Tolbert's administration, there were indigenous people who had opportunities to receive an education. But I know there can be an argument where, like, oh, they just did that to shut up indigenous people.
Okay, let's see here. Guys, hit the like button again. Please hit the like button. Oh, she disappeared. Okay. All right, guys, we're going to open up the lines. If you want to call in, click on the link. Again, if you want to call in, link is in the chat room. You're more than welcome to call in. Again, link is in the chat room. You are more than welcome to call in. Here we go.
Some disconnected me.
No
Sorry.
problem. You're good. You're good. So I put the links. Moderators, can you remove this troll? This troll that's in the chat room. I know I got some moderators in the chat. Can you please remove? For some reason, it's not. They're not. Let me try. Okay. Here we go. All right, Al. Go ahead, Al.
Can you hear me, Dynasty?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Dynasty, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
I'm hearing a really bad feedback, and I'm gonna have to come back.
Yeah, so listen, leave the chat and come right back. I'll remove you and just come right back. All right, guys, links in the chat room. Make sure you know your MTN minutes, your Airtel minutes, your Glow minutes. You got minutes. Make sure your phone is charged up. Make sure you got a strong connection when you call in. But again, link is in the chat room. Link is in the chat room. Seven Fields, go ahead.
Hello?
Fields, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, how are you doing? Is there any questions you want to, put me on? I'm also a Liberian as well. I would like to participate.
Add to the conversation. Go ahead.
I just want you to ask me a question. What do because I know I listened to her talking, and I want to give my input. I've always been trying to get my input.
No, you're here, brother. The floor is yours. Go ahead.
All right. I would say about Liberia, if based on her information, most people her age and mind will have less information about what went on in Liberia. We want to know about things that happened, what our parents told us, the actual story. We want to experience. We want to know things that we did. That we experienced with our parents, and it's they say and they say. It's more like that. But it's not actually like what happened. But if you go deep down, if you ask the older generation, like the much older people, like in the 50s, 60s, they might have a much better view on what happened in Nigeria. For me, I will introduce myself. I'm Fidel Dennis. I'm from the Republic of Liberia, born there. I'm partially Mende. Mende means I'm from South Carolina. We were taken from Sierra Leone to South Carolina. We farmed rice, my family, and we returned to Liberia. So we went to my family went to how you call it? Was in Mississippi. You know, my dad's family. My mom's family is Crew. So it came a time in Liberia. My mom and dad's family were in the best of friends. You know, but I come from two different, I could say, fighting families. You know, we up to this day we still, you know, we still not, you know, up to par. I like her story about where she came from. I'm from Sano. That's where my people are mainly from. That's where they came and landed in Sano County. But I consider myself a Liberian because I was born there. That's the only thing I know. I always like a conversation. I always watch the videos of people in home in Liberia and showing all these places. Some places that I haven't seen before. So I would just like you to ask some questions and see, you know, what perspective I have in regards to Liberia. I think I have a good perspective because I came here in
Oh, hey,
2000.
brother, the floor is yours. Share your perspective. Go ahead. You had clicked on the link to call in.
I can ask you
Oh,
a question if you know. I'm also Liberian, although you know I have American accent, so I've been in America for a long time. But I've been monitoring these conversations for a while, and so I guess I'll ask you. I have my own perspective, and I know you have yours. I guess I'll ask you, what is your perspective when it comes to, and this is a hotly debated topic, Native Liberians versus the American Liberians in government? Like the
in
Native
government,
American credit. Mhm.
I grew up seeing mostly Native individuals, so I don't have no really good perspective of American people in president. So most of the people I think I saw was mixed, you know, were just like me, partially Native, partially American Liberian. So I really didn't see like the full fledged, you know, American Liberian power from my standpoint. The first person I ever saw was Charles Taylor. So I was in Liberia during Charles Taylor time. So I grew up in Liberia during Charles Taylor time. So I saw Chancellor, I saw Eddie Johnson Sirleaf. Opon, I already didn't see him because I already stayed out of time. But Chancellor, Ellie Johnson, after the war was over in 2003, Ellie came in power. My mom and all my aunties and they went out to vote for her. They were so excited, you know, to pretty much to get Chancellor out of that country. So I mean, I have seen him before in person. I used to go to JJ Roberts. You know, is one of the biggest schools at the time. Was one of the biggest schools in Liberia. That's where it's a Methodist school, where you know the native, you know, and the indigenous and the class, whatever class of people was there. But at my time being there, coming from a American but Liberian native side point, I didn't get a luxury, in Liberia. My mind was the opposite. So living in Liberia, I was pretty much at the bottom, and the native people at the top. So I don't see, I didn't see any perspective of American Liberian ruling anything in Liberia. So I think in regards to power, I think it was equal. It was more like the children of both the native and the American Liberians. Now was the one that was running the country. Yeah.
Oh man, why do you got
And
Elvis?
how old are you?
Hold on, Kyle. Before come on, give Kyle. Kyle, stop it, Kyle. Give him a chance.
All
Kyle,
right.
stop.
I was just going to ask, how old are you?
What's up, my free? Hi, what's up, free? Beautiful sister, a beautiful indigenous sister, and her brother Seven Fields and Saye.
Oh, really? Hold on. Cam up.
Yeah, because how does Carla know she's beautiful? Have you seen?
Yeah.
He's trying to patronize her. Don't patronize her. She don't need your patronage.
There's a Liberian women,
but I'm sure she's beautiful anyways, though.
Liberian women are very feminine. They're very feminine. Their voice soothes you, put you to sleep. My wife's voice, that's all I need to hear once a day. Liberian women are very feminine.
That's funny because my husband says the same thing. My voice puts him to sleep. I don't know. I thought I was like, am I boring?
You're women. You're
but right now, the next time let
me say something. If anybody thinks our brothers went to Africa and saw all those beautiful Liberian women try to oppress them, you got to be insane. You got to be a nut, man. Everybody, brother went to Liberia and found paradise. There was, matter of fact, almost 90% of the settler men that came over there married indigenous women.
Indigenous women, yeah.
This American Liberia is a creation of the West. I try to tell Elvis that, it's a creation that there was no such people called American Liberians. You know,
Yeah,
it's just something to
I'm an
throw
example
your
of that.
failures on. You know.
What are you talking
It,
about, Carla? I'll give you a
it,
prime example
Okay,
of Charles Taylor. Do you know?
You
No. Yo, you
you
just
want to be
talk. Be quiet. Let me
something
speak,
that
Oh,
bro.
here
don't
we go.
exist.
You got to be quiet.
Hey,
Let me
okay, hold on,
let me speak.
hold on.
Yeah.
Elvis, hold on. Go ahead, Seven Fields. Go ahead, Seven Fields.
when you're talking about the part where the native in the Emergo labyrinth, that was a good matrimony. You know, sometimes it wasn't good because based on the parents. The children that was born in Liberia was mostly attracted to the native women. Because native women in Liberia are very beautiful. I would say that. They're very beautiful women. So most of the young men married a native wife, but based on their parents, I think it would be wrong because for me, I had a struggle to have my right as a be considered a Congo person. Because when I was born, I wasn't considered a Congo person because my mom was native. So to be frank with you, I had this clash, where when I go to my native family, I'm not too native. When I go to my Congo family, I'm not too Congo. So it was like I was always in between. So it was a struggle for me to be frank with you. I even have a book about that, about my situation in Liberia. I mean, if you guys want to find, yeah, I wrote a book on my growth growing up in Liberia because I grew up during the wrong time. I didn't grow up at the time we had anything. We barely had anything, man. We had a house that didn't have water.
You said some interesting.
Yeah.
When I was in Liberia, I interviewed a lot of people over there, right?
Yeah.
And a lot of people, right? A lot of people, intellectuals, the most intellectual Liberians I heard, for some reason, they said they liked Charles Taylor. They said they remember Charles Taylor. Things worked, things had time, whatnot, So this international community hates Charles Taylor. That's what people told me. They said we had work. Yo, hold up. Young Liberians that live. Hold up. Yo, young Liberians in Liberia. And I was shocked. They said, man, when Charles Taylor here, we had jobs. Things worked. The garbage
What did you just say, Carla? What did you just say? When Charles Taylor was there, they had jobs?
No, I'm saying.
What are you talking about?
Look, Elvis.
No. Seven Fields, you can talk because if I say it, he's going to say I'm lying. You were there. You can speak on it.
Chancellor marginalized us. Hey, Chancellor was in power, right? It was all about him and his wife.
Okay, Carla. Just let Seven Fields. I want to hear Seven
Fields. I have to say this, right? Because they missed my point. They're talking.
But we gonna take you 5 minutes to say it, Carla. It's gonna take you 5 minutes to say it.
I said that's what people told me. I don't.
Yes, that's true. I know what he's saying. I know what he's saying. Some people do because they felt that Chancellor was like a dictator. He was standing against the West. So young people saw him as a leader. But to be frank, we the young people struggle, because we didn't have anything. We barely doing like when he's driving on the street, his little rebel or his young kids that with guns, they're all driving trucks. When you're on the street, they're shooting in the taxi. They're trying. You have to get out of the way.
Samuel Doe did that. He was crime boys from Grand Gita, and when the crime boys showed up, man, it's like, yo, I see him out there in Liberia like that, man. Those some hard. I would get any blood and crip. You think you're tough?
Yo, Donis, give me a minute, please. Let me express myself.
And all the people like that, man. Those are some tough looking.
Yeah, Carl, let me.
All right. Hold on. Go ahead, Elvis. Go ahead, Elvis.
Right. And I wanted to make this point quickly. Carla think he knows Charles Taylor. I actually met Charles Taylor. I live in Conkertown. If you know
I never said.
Carla, let him finish.
Let me speak. If you know who Joe Tit was, he was the former police director. I was very close to that family. I was in his home the night that he died in that plane crash. I know that family very well. The point that I'm trying to make, a lot of people were like Charles Taylor when you talk about America, Liberia, and Congo and Native people having
these
kids.
were indigenous people saying this.
Hold on, please. Charles Taylor's mother was a Gola woman who was what you call a house girl for his father's family.
Oh, why you gonna put him out there like that?
Let me explain something.
That's inappropriate saying something like that.
His father got her pregnant.
Hold up, man. Yo, Elvis, man.
Your testimony you can find on the internet on his trial. Give his own testimony. I'm not making this up. His father's family had to send her away because
Let him talk, Carla. I want to hear this story. Hey, Elvis, right. your connection is going in and out too, Elvis. I really want to hear this, but it's going in and out like it's. Hey, Elvis, you need to put some more minutes on your Lone Star. plan.
headphones and
You
headphones
get Elvis. You get it. Lone Star don't work in America, Elvis. Lone Star don't work here in America. You gotta put some more minutes on your Lone Star plan. Now MTN could work here, but Lone Star don't work here, Elvis.
I have orange. I have orange.
Okay, right. Okay, orange don't work here, Elvis. You gotta put. You gotta put some minutes on your orange plan.
Lone Star
But
data.
College. Okay, but Elvis, do this. Like, take your headphones off or do something. I want to hear the Charles stare. I want to hear this, Elvis. So go ahead.
Yeah, I'm plugging in my headphones real quick. Get me now?
Keep going.
All right. So Charles Taylor's mother was sent away from that household because she was a Gola lady, and his family didn't want him to even have a child by that lady or get married to her. Charles Taylor told the story, and like this guy saying, when you are a native born, if you know, especially if your mother was lucky enough to actually marry your father, who was maybe an American Liberian, that's a different story. But most of these people were just out of wedlock kids who these guys were having fun with. They were taking.
What about Tarver's wife?
I'm giving you a prime example of Charles Taylor.
No, what was Tarver's wife?
She was a violator.
Okay, all right. So that killed your whole argument out right there. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. King Massaquoi, right? Who did he marry? He married one of the Johnson daughters. You know, the red bones. Typical American Liberian.
You always bring up this King Massaquoi person. You try to make something out of it. To say
he married
just a regular old Joe Blow.
Okay, hold on. I gotta mute you guys both. Hey, Elvis, like, leave and come back in. Like, I really want to hear you, Elvis, but like I said, you gotta add some.
I can help Elvis on that. I can help Elvis on that. Charles Taylor, as a whole, was like my situation. Charles Taylor was a kid born just like me. You understand that? He was born out of wedlock, pretty much. You understand that? So this is the thing. Most American Liberians at the time go to Liberia, get in position, come to America, get a wife, an American wife, return back to Liberia, and then they keep the culture. So they keep that reputation, which is married to an African American. African American come back, go to Liberia, get a peaceful position, come back to America, get an African American wife, and then go back, and then go back and bring the American bride to Liberia, which was a form it was exotic. You know, an American woman from America was exotic to Liberian man, especially the black African American women. You understand that?
Let me ask you a question. Right? Okay. And this is like a real like what you call was saying the other night. My teacher teacher Call was saying the other night. She said, "Look, a lot of the things, man. Don't take this anyway, brother. You sound like a good brother, and we need young Liberian brothers to. You guys are the future. You know, I believe the children are the future. I believe all that shit, right? But let me tell you something about black culture, right? And unfortunately, Liberia got a dose of black culture, you know, and it's rooted deeply in African culture, right? The dude with the best clothes, the dude with the best style, the best stuff like that, whatever like that, got his shit together, right? He is always going to be on top. He's going to get the girls. He's going to have the status. That's in every society, culture in the world. And Africa is like this. Unfortunately, what happened was this. These proud people, right? You're a proud Bossa man. You're a proud Pele man. You were the shit in your village. Mm-hmm. But yet, when you come to say, it's just the same thing in America, right? Somebody come from North Carolina. My father, he said he came from North Carolina. He was working since he was 8 years old, strong and everything. He came to New York, and he felt like a fool. He felt like nothing because he was around sophisticated people. So you ain't going to do nothing that any other black people who make that transition from the country to modern civilization has went through. But you guys keep crying over your situation, like Elvis. Whoa, you did like this. Yeah, the guys who had the flashy suits when they went to Harlem got the women. If you a country bumpkin from North Carolina, you was clown. You was a fool. Same thing. Why we gotta feel sorry for y'all? We went through the same shit here.
Yep, cultural transfer. Cultural transfer. So the mentality didn't change. You understand that? The mentality didn't change.
So we don't kill each other. We ain't gonna say,
Yeah.
look, now because of that, we gotta put you on a pole and shoot you. That's the
No,
difference.
No. Guess what? Let me tell you this, right? Me sitting right now, I'm the grandnephew of CC Dennis. I'm a dentist. You understand that? My uncle
Yeah, I know
was
who the
shot
dentists
on the
are.
beach.
Then
Yeah.
he stood there like a man. Doe was
Yeah.
captured. He cried like a baby. You know what I'm saying? He stood there like a man. Go ahead and kill me. Those men stood there
Hey.
like me. I killed.
So I just celebrated his birthday. A couple with my family. I just celebrated his birthday. So my family, I have both family, man. I see both perspective. I didn't grow up in the wealthy American Liberian situation. I grew up in the poor Liberian situation, man. I used to get up in the morning, go to the hand pump a mile away, draw water, fill a couple of drums to fill my house out. I never had a luxury. You understand that? So the only thing I saw in Liberia was, war and chaos, man. But I still love that country, And guess what? My forefathers are, they are slaves, like they came from America, bro. So it's not about trying to pick a side. What I have realized growing up in Liberia is I don't pick sides anymore. When somebody asks me where I am, I don't tell them I'm Congo or I'm Crew or I'm Pele.
Let's be
You understand
honest.
that?
Hey, I got hold. Keep going, Seven Fields, and we got Miss Carrie on too.
I tell them that I'm Liberian. You understand it? As long as everybody, I say like the African American side, I always try to connect both sides of my family. I try to say, you know what? At the end of the day, when anybody else look at us from the outside of Africa, what they see is African. They don't say you're from Liberia. Yeah, some people see me I'm Nigerian. They say some people see me I'm Sierra Leonean. Most people I work with like, oh, this guy's not. I'm like, no, I've never been in Nigeria before. But guess what? I have Nigerian heritage, because I have lineage with, I have Sierra Leone heritage because I mix with people. I have people from Barbados heritage.
Seven Fields, let me ask you a question right now.
Well, Kala, we got a guest. Miss Carrie. She's the guest. Like,
okay.
Miss Carrie, unmute yourself, Miss Carrie, if you want, so you can add to this. If you're there. Miss Carrie, you there?
Probably taking care of kids.
No, I think that's it. Seven Fields, is that your baby in the background?
Yeah, that's my baby.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Go ahead, Kala. Ask your question.
Okay. Here's the thing, right? In right now in Liberia, right?
Mm-hmm.
To this day, everybody's talking about Native Man. Now you got George Weah, Native Man, and I'm saying to myself, God, Liberia will never recover its position in Africa and the world, never. And I like George Weah, I love George Weah, but it's like I feel for the Native man because let me be frank with you, right? When I was in Liberia, right, my chauffeur, my driver, right, and I had to tell my fiance Isabella. I said, stop calling him the boy. You know how Liberians say, "Boy, your boy." I said, he's not my boy. He's not my boy. He's a man, And when
Pekin?
Huh?
Is it Pekin?
Or
you call him boy?
Pekin? I call him
Pekin
I call him by his name, Shamo. I said Shamo.
Oh.
I say I saw a lot of people call their drivers boy. And I told her, I said, don't talk to him like that. That's a man. You respect him as a man. And when I went over there and whatnot, and everyone's calling me chief, boss, and everything like that, and I'm saying to myself, I wasn't born here, right? I didn't help build Liberia, but I was given a status that I didn't deserve. And my guy who's born here, he's a pure indigenous, right? Jama, I love him to death, man. Every time I whistle, but he's giving, everybody's giving him shit. When I say, yo, he's with me.
Yeah, so that's always going to happen.
And I understand when they see George Weah, they see themselves, the indigenous people. And to tell you the truth, if it was up to me, I'd make sure there's only indigenous people in the presidency, if that keeps people happy. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to ever see a Congo man in Liberia like that, because I know what'll happen. The only reason why Liberia is stable is because of George Weah. You saw what happened a couple of years ago. Henry Costa tried his antics, right? George Weah said, y'all ain't put me on that pole, He put the water hose out there, and also next to the Negroes out there. I wasn't part of no protest. I wasn't. But that's why you have to do. George Weah had to know how to deal with Negroes, They even tried to advance the theory that George Weah is a secret Congo man. This is what you deal with. This is what you deal with people like Elvis. You know,
Carla, you're talking a whole lot of nonsense right now. You know that? You're speaking a bunch of nonsense right now.
George Weah is a Congo man. He's a miracle Liberian and whatnot. You know, look how I'm telling you, it's beyond. If you want to put your life in the hands of these crazy Negroes, man, you go right ahead.
And Dennis, I appreciate you keeping me backstage when Carla was speaking all that BS earlier. You should have put me on. Let me rebuff her. Yeah, go ahead.
Elvis, thank you.
I know what you be doing, Dennis. I know what you be doing.
Oh,
go ahead, Sevenfield. My bad. Go ahead.
Elvis, I don't want to send you because I was there. I know right in Congo time, right by the where you have, right by the old Rotovier Stockman house, Jotier. I was in Liberia at that time when I saw, I grew up in Jotier. I understand about trust. I know all those things, man. But what I want people to understand as, African Americans and Liberian as a whole. At the end of the day, we want people, I think what we need to start doing now is instead of us, we can talk, but at the end of the day, we need to find a way to find solutions to bring investment in Liberia. You know what I'm saying? Because as I've stayed in the States for a while, right, I have noticed, regardless of how much you live in this country, America is never going to be your home. You understand that? So when we're on here the next time, we should be talking about, okay,
American, I feel like that.
We always have that connection, and that connection is always going to be there. You understand that? Right now, it takes the young people like me and my brothers and sisters to realize, you know what? Instead of us arguing, let's find, okay, what's the next solution? Liberia, like Hotel Africa. Do you see young guys come together trying to go renovate, clean things, and make things, better? Let's take small projects.
Sevenfield.
Yeah.
Let me interject real quick. I agree with what you're saying, right? My main goal on this platform is not to come here and just argue with people because I want to argue. I wanted to bring a different perspective to what Carlos spills on this platform. He comes on here, he wax poetic about the miracle Liberians and make them feel and it seem like these were some noble people, and you do that. You come on this platform and you wax about them and make them feel. Let me finish my thought, Carlos. Let me finish my thought. You come on this platform and you make it seem like there was this pure group of people, and I wanted to bring a different perspective to tell you that there was some discrimination, there was some injustice that happened against the Native people, and mainly I was trying to give you a reason why there was animosity that led up to the coup that happened in 1980. I'm not trying to tell you that the indigenous people was innocent and 100% good, but you have to talk on both sides. You can't just speak on one side and try to tell everybody that these were great people. They built Liberia, and this is a legacy for African Americans because you know, look, this was an example. This is what we could have had. But if it wasn't for these native who was jealous and envious of these people, that's what. There was things that led up to it. So I came here and I want to get that perspective. But I was telling you about Charles Taylor. Let me just finish that story and I'll give the floor to the sister.
Yeah, Kyle, hold on one second, guys. Do me a favor, hit the like button. Do not interrupt, Kyle. I want to hear the Charles Taylor story. Do not interrupt. But before that, Miss Carey, since you are our guest, Miss Carey, or official guest, anything else you want to add? Go right ahead, unmute yourself because you are our official guest.
All right, thank you, everybody. Like what Seven Fields was saying, I do agree with him regarding how can we rebuild Liberia. I understand we have a complex history and a lot of things has occurred. However, in 2022 and beyond, how can we give back to our country? And adding on, I know you mentioned like a Pan-Africanist ideology and so forth. And again, that's something that I'm more leaning toward regarding that. How can we get African Americans, Afro-Caribbeans, Afro-Latins back home and we can come together and invest in one another? That's how I see it as. Like we should pour onto each other.
Yeah, I'm all for.
And
I agree.
I was speaking, Carla.
Hold on. I want to hear the Charles Taylor story. Carla. Do not interrupt. I want to hear the Charles Taylor story. I want to hear this. Carla. Do not interrupt. All right, go ahead, Elvis. Let me hear your story.
Right. So like I was saying about Taylor, right? His mother was what you call a house girl, a house hand, a house help in his father's family house. He messed around with her and got her pregnant. They sent her away, and his father married another woman who was a miracle Liberian. This is a fact. Charles Taylor's father and his mother never got married. She was just a side thing. and this happened for a lot of Native and American Liberian people in Liberia.
So they should be
So
killed.
that's not what I'm saying, but you always omit that fact. I'm
No,
bringing
but
that
I'm saying
perspective
everything you
because when you
say.
talk, people don't hear that part of the
Elvis,
story.
your whole premise is the coup was justified. So every time I'm saying, when you say
The coup was justified, but not the bloody, not a bloody coup. That's what I say. I disagree with the bloody part of it, but it was
Get
justified.
American Liberian girls, whatnot. They wouldn't go to the dance with you and whatnot. They didn't want the
Tyler, look who's talking. Look who's talking. Look who's talking. You went to Liberia to get a wife. What are you trying to say?
No,
Yeah.
no, I didn't go.
What are you trying to say, Tyler? You couldn't find any other beautiful African American sisters in America to get married to. You got to go all the way to Africa to find a wife.
She basically pursued me when I said.
Oh, she pursued you. You're the big fish in the pond, right?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Well, nobody pursued you here. Only Africa.
Hold on.
Yeah, she's looking for that visa.
That is true. That is true.
My girl comes
that is true.
Family in Liberia. You know, her family
yeah.
mostly in the United States. You know,
yeah.
So there ain't no little village girl I'm with and whatnot. You know, she's part of the history. Of the
why didn't you find a native girl to mate with? You went to a Congo woman.
Well, get this. Hey, I set a trap for you, right? She's part native, right? And she
but her father's family is Congo, so she's Congo, really.
So the bottom line. So why is it that? What would it be? Like, I found a person. She's a person. Isabel's a person. I don't care about her background. She's
you don't care about her background, but you mentioned it. You mentioned on this platform that she's Congo and Bassa. You mentioned that. So don't say you don't care about it. You do.
You are obsessed with tribe. You know, it's dangerous. Liberians who think like you, man, are destructive to your people. You're not hurting me. You're hurting yourself.
You talking about? I mentioned tribe.
And the bottom line, and I'm trying to put you in perspective, right? This was a Liberian who was on the losing side of Liberian culture and history. So he's bitter.
Who?
You. People who are winners don't complain. They say everything was great. You were on the losing side. That's why
people who are winners say everything was great.
That's why you walk around with the Hogarth name. If you would really, like you said, you are when I.
No. You see, let me get that right, Carla. I don't think the person you talk about is the person you talk about is not even me. I think you misunderstood me to be somebody else. No. I don't think that was me. I don't think that was me.
Please.
No, that wasn't me. My name is Elvis Morris.
Well, Mike, hold on. One mic. Elvis, and then like I said, Miss Carrie is the official guest. So, Miss Carrie, whenever you want to interject and add to the conversation, you just let me know, and I will mute them because you are the official guest. All right. Go ahead, Elvis. Go ahead.
Right, and I think the brother here, Seven Fields, can attest to the statement I was making. I don't know if he grew up with his mother's man. If you grew up with your mother's family or your daddy's family.
Yeah, I grew up with my mother's family.
Okay, yeah. Why was that? Why didn't your daddy family accept you as a Congo child since he was your daddy and took you to the home and raised you?
No, it was hard. My dad did accept him. My grandfather did.
Okay, there you go. You see, that's a prime example. I always try to give people experiences. You see, his grandfather did it.
My grandfather told my mom that she was a native woman. She wasn't civilized enough to be Congo.
Okay. There you go. Yeah, I'm giving you a prime example right there.
Told my mom that
is giving you his story too.
And I just got through saying that's unfortunate.
What do you mean that's unfortunate? That was the status quo at that time. So don't come here and try to say like these guys were willingly marrying and accepting native people in their families. That's just a bloody lie. Some people certainly, if a native person was a person of a high social class, they wanted to marry them like the Massaquas because they were kings. Yes. They came from a royal background.
Yes.
So they into that family for more power. So don't try to skew things here, Carla.
Also, let me ask you, Elvis. Let me ask you a question, right? You know, this will put the rest of us answering me, right? When I met you last summer, right?
That wasn't me. I think you got me. You mistake me. I keep trying to tell you that was probably somebody else. My name is Elvis, but my last name has always been Morris. I don't know if you say Hogarth.
So you're not? Are you Elvis Hogarth?
No, you see my name on the screen, right? It's Elvis Morris. I'm not. You probably mistake me for somebody else.
Different Elvis, but hold on. But you said that, I see you all the time. Online, when you tell me there's another Elvis out there that happened to be named Hogarth, I could have sworn. Why don't you show your face? Put your cam on. And I'll tell you if I met you or not.
I don't want to show my face right now, Colin.
But put your face on, man, because I swear to God we met.
Nah, I don't want to show my face right now. I'll show my face. If it doesn't show tomorrow, I promise you I'll show my face tomorrow. I guarantee you that. I ain't looking too high right now. I just woke up and I jumped on the stream, so I don't want to show my face right now.
Okay, all
But
right.
I'll
Well,
show my face tomorrow. I guarantee you.
okay, all
I'm
right.
not the person you met.
What I'm trying to say is this. Everybody when like I said, the coup happened. Everything it was native. It was Congo woman born rogue, native woman born soldier. Everybody was celebrating. They didn't understand. It was never about that, right? And a couple of years, 5 years into that coup, you had another coup, the Kiapa, and then by 1989, the country had completely collapsed. And so therefore you had refugees in the 90s and everything like that. Liberian
What do you even know about the Queen Park coup? What do you know about Queen Park coup?
I know all
Do you know
about
what
it.
happened? I'm sure the sister her name is Saye. I'm sure she's from Nima County. Do you know what led up to that coup?
Hold on. Let me say something. Like I said, you let Sister Call talk about the coup. That's her family.
I don't know, because you speak on it and you really don't fully understand it.
Carrie's the guest. Go ahead, Carrie.
We already went through all that the other night, so you weren't.
Okay, hold on. Go ahead, Carrie.
Elvis, no, I'm not from Nimba County. I'm from Grand Jire, Lofa, Riverses, and Monserrato counties.
Okay, good point. I say that because the same name is popular in Nima County.
Yes, it is, and in the way how my name is spelled, it's also popular in the Bassa and the Kron ethnic group.
And I'm Kron, just to tell you that I'm Kron myself.
Same, I'm mixed with Kron as well.
I'll say, so you know.
Hey guys, I'm more Mende. I'm Mende and crew, man. You understand that? I'm a South Carolinian boy.
When you say Mende, you mean the Mende people in Lofa, or just the Mende large?
The Mende in general.
Group? Okay,
Mende in general. I told my DNA, and I learned in Sierra Leone. So majority of my DNA came from Sierra Leone.
Okay. Yeah.
So Mende, it means I can be either, I can be Va, I can be Crown, I can be Pele. But my grandmother is
the Mende people are not Crown. The Crown people are quite what we call the Quad speaking people, or the Kru speaking people from the southeast.
Mende is the main language, man. Mende is the top in every branch. It's far from there.
That's what I'm trying to say. Liberia is pretty much split down into two. You have the Mendes speaking people who are from usually the middle and the western part of the country. You have the Ma, the Da, the Pele, the Loma. Those people are Mende people. When you come to the southeast, the Grebo, the Kru, the Kran, the Sapo, and even the Bassa people, they are the Kru speaking people. So the Mende is a completely different language family than the Kru speaking family. So
I said Kran.
That's what I'm saying. The Kru and the Krans are all in the same language group. They're the Kwa speaking people or the Kru speaking people.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
Research, man. Your research. The vibe. Okay, I would choose that.
Would Kala agree with this? Is Kala informed on this topic? Am I saying something wrong, Kala? Or Michelle?
Yeah, you good. You good.
Elvis. No, yeah, Elvis. Mr. Elvis, you are correct. Bassa, Kru, Kran, Grable, they are part of the Kwa ethnic group. When you learn one of them, you can understand each other. Because my father is fluent in Bassa, but my father's half Bassa, half Kron. He knows more Bassa, however, he can understand Kron.
And that's what I'm saying. That's why you see the Southeastern people stick together, because we have a common ancestral link, and we share a culture as well. So that's why the Southeastern people are considered kind of a one block or one group of people in Liberia. They're not completely the same, but they have that related next to them.
Well, let me ask you a question, Elvis. Right, Grand Jita is completely empty right now. All the people like you are in the United States, Monrovia, they're in Lagos, Nigeria, Accra, Ghana. Why don't you guys? If that's such a great place, you're so proud of your crime heritage. Why don't you guys go there? You got a Grand Jita Association in every state in the United States, or not? There are all these Negroes in America. The Grand Jita Association put on nice pageants and everything. How come you guys haven't gotten together and done like our ancestors did and returned to your land and build something?
What they call us in Grand Jita? One of the names they call for Grand Jita, they call the Baba, meaning the forest people, right? Our people, we have one of the most vast forests in Grand Jita and Sino County in that area.
Why don't you?
You gotta let me speak now. You asked me a question. Let me answer you.
You spoken, but I haven't even spoken yet.
Was that a rhetorical question that you asked? Was it a rhetorical question? You don't want me to answer that question?
Kyle, let Elvis speak.
I asked you, hold on. I asked
Kyle,
you a question. Hold on,
Kyle,
I asked a simple question. He didn't answer. He didn't answer my
I'm
question.
trying to answer the question.
Kyle, we don't answer. Kyle, let him answer, Kyle.
Kyle.
Kyle, let him ask. Kyle, let him
Answer
answer.
the
Elvis,
question.
go ahead. Answer the question, Elvis. Answer the question.
Okay.
Go ahead.
One of the biggest problems in Grangita County right now, we have a lot of what we call the Burkinabes coming from Burkina Faso to do mining and logging in Liberia, because in Grangita especially, because the forest is so vast, there's a lot of resources there. So Grangita County is not empty. Certainly, is people. A lot of people leave to go down to Monrovia for economic reasons. But when you say empty, you're being hyperbolic. It's not empty. There's a lot of people still there. So don't come here and make it seem like it's actually empty.
Elvis, you know who you're talking to, bro. You know, Dredru is supposed to be the capital of Grangita. You got Samuel Doe's old mansion that was never completed. It took them 10 years.
It's not even in Dredru. It's in Tuzon.
You could go there right now, Elvis, right, and take your money and invest in Samuel Doe's mansion, right? They have and build that up and whatnot, and give you.
No. You cannot do that. You cannot do that in Liberia. Let me make that clear to you.
Huh?
No. In Liberia, you just cannot go see a president mansion and just invest in a building.
But no,
the first thing.
Claim the property? Does anybody claim the property?
His family.
Yeah, it's his wife, Nancy Doe. That's Nancy Doe property. His son, Samuel Doe Jr.
Why have you guys gathered the money up, right, to purchase that or help her build it?
For what reason? I mean, you can say that. But for me personally, I can tell you this.
Hold on. Elvis, turn into a bed and breakfast.
Something else.
Or turn into a museum, right? But I'll tell you this. I don't like Samuel Doe. I don't like Samuel Doe. He's not a hero of mine. Not because he's my kingsman means I agree with everything he did. He's not my hero. So I'm not going to go in there and try to build up his mansion or anything like that to make him look good.
No.
He did a lot of terrible things in Liberia.
In the words of Brandon from Planet Treasure, why have you done anything? Right, I look at Grangita. Every time you come on here, I'm gonna focus on Grangita and Dredru on that, you know. And I'm gonna say, Elvis, this is all you. You gotta hold that L. Y'all came.
Oh, you wanna join him?
Destroyed the city. Y'all destroyed the rest of the country and whatnot. And now you in America, right? Talking about.
Paulo, you sound so uneducated by saying that statement that we destroyed the country. You know who brought the war? You think when Doe took power, the crime people started shooting up the entire state and started destroying it? What an ignorant statement to make. What an ignorant statement to make. You don't even know the history about country. You want to come on this platform and spew nonsense. That's not what happened.
Let bygone be bygone, right? What happened in Liberia. We all made a mistake. You understand that? It doesn't matter who was in power. What I think right now we should be looking at, instead of us arguing, is more about, okay, man, what skills do I have?
You know, let's go.
What skills do I have?
And build that.
How can I help Liberia? Kala, you marry a Liberian woman, right?
Let me ask you a question. Hey, Seven Fields. Now look at Nimba, right, and Lofa, and how they're developing and everything. Nimba, parts of Nimba look like you're in America. Beautiful. The people over there seem like they're way more civilized and everything. And the people of Grangita, the biggest mouths in Liberia. You know I'm telling the truth, right? It's completely.
It's always going to be like that.
Well, you don't even know what happened to Grangita during the time of Charles Taylor. You don't even know what happened.
Taylor is responsible for Grangita.
Let me give you one example. Okay. Let me give you one example. Okay. Grangita was the second largest county in Liberia in terms of land. In 2000, Charles Taylor allowed River G County to be taken for what was Lower Grangita, right? And then in some kind of revenge, they pillaged Grangita County, and that's what happened. When Doe was ousted and Charles Taylor came to power, he marginalized that group of people. And what happened? Who took Charles Taylor from power? It was the Grangitas who came back with Mandingos and took Charles Taylor from power. So when you come here and try to say, as if to say, you know, you don't know the history of our country. You don't.
So what I'm saying is, okay, now Charles Taylor been gone since 2003, right?
Right.
2005.
20 years.
2003 he left.
2005.
2003. He was out the 5. I think 5. That's what
left. I was in Liberia when Charles Taylor left office. He left August something 2003. We was in the street while he was leaving. He didn't leave 2005.
To Nigeria.
So therefore, next year will make 20 years Charles Taylor's been gone, right? 20 years Elvis been sitting in America talking about the Congo people, right? And he has not gone back to Grand G.
Who's even talking about the Congo people? I have Congo people in my family. So I'm
now
rebutting
you're
you because you have this narrative that the Congo people were good and holy, and it just wasn't the case. That's the point that I'm trying to make. So don't come on this platform and try to misquote me. That's not what I'm saying.
I got my sister call in the chat room. She's in there laughing, man. She said, "Kyle's hilarious." I know I'm hilarious. You know,
no, because you want to be like this Tariq Nasheed and think you can be a clown.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to take that BS from you, Kyle. I'm going to push back on that. You can try to make all the fun and try to tell these little stupid ass jokes that we had to hear when we first came to America. I squabbled with a lot of African Americans when they came with that bullshit. They respected me later on. I didn't take that from you, and I won't take that from you.
Let's not go there, bro. Let's not go there.
No, I'm telling you now, so you can get it. You know, a lot of Liberians are even scared to have these conversations with African Americans because they don't want to be clown. But I don't take that mess. You'll see me tomorrow. I'm not some African.
Let me ask you a question, Elvis. Grand Gita has gold, right? It has a lot of rich, fertile land. Rain grows year round. You could plant agriculture, invest in agriculture. My brother Armstrong Jabba. You know, he's in Grand Gita and all doing agriculture and doing all kinds of stuff like that. He's not on here talking about the Congo people. He's in Liberia building houses, building bricks, doing all the stuff.
Carla, I'm only on this platform because of you. That's why you see I always come on when you're on. Because you say a lot of lies and you have this skewed narrative. That's why I come on here to put you in check. I'm not just coming here to talk about the American Liberians to bash them. I have those people in my family as well.
Working, networking, building, and everything, and the world doesn't see that. They don't see the fact that if you go to Liberia, everyone's celebrating 200 years of not the independence, right? But 200 years when their ancestors came from America, and the Liberians are embracing that they got a dual heritage. The Liberians now in Liberia, I ain't talking about the Liberians in America, right? The Liberians on the ground, they'll tell you, okay, yeah, some of our ancestors came from America, and some of us came from the interior, but we're all Liberians now. And that's
I agree with that sentiment. I'm not saying that's not true.
Like some of our ancestors came from America, and some of us came from the terrible world. Listen to people like Elvis and whatnot, you know. And so the bottom line, he's
No, you gotta mute your mic. You gotta mute your mic, Seven Fields. You gotta mute your mic. Right, you can take care of your baby. But yeah. What you're saying, Kyle, I agree with that point. I'm not coming here to tell you that, you know, we can't unite as people. That's why I told you when I came on this platform, I stated this before. I want to see the implementation of the TRC report where we can sit down under the Palaver hut, the proverbial Palaver hut as a people, especially the Native and the American Liberians, and discuss.
Hold on.
We haven't had the chance to do that yet. And the reason you see I harp on this is because when you come on this platform, you praise the American Liberian and you never speak about what happened that wasn't so flattering. You never speak about that. That's why I come on this platform to bring that to light.
Let me say, Elvis, let me say this, right? Here's the problem, right? You are going to omit 250,000 people that were butchered, killed, and everything. It wasn't even over tribalism. It was over ignorance and stupidity. It was basically a meltdown of human civilization in like what you have in Liberia. It wasn't even about American Liberia. It wasn't even about Crown versus Gio and Mono and everything. It was just the people.
Oh, okay. Hold on, Kala. Let me interject. So was the TRC, Truth and Reconciliation? They did
that.
Oh, hold on. Let me finish.
What are you saying? You don't even know that they never implemented it.
Let me finish asking my question. So was the TRC about the Civil War in 1990, or was it about the Americo-Liberian rule?
Okay, this is what happened to the TRC.
It was okay. I would let Carlos speak, and then I'll come because he doesn't even understand it.
Let me say this, right? It all depends on who you ask, right? One of the conclusions of the TRC report was Liberia's problem started with the rice riots, right? And then people like Elvis.
What are you saying? No, it went further back than that. It went further back than that. It didn't start in with the rice riot.
They said despite all the problems they had right here, they had a function. They looked at it and said we had a functioning society and people make.
That's not what the TRC said. What are you saying? They would never write. They would never write in that manner.
That's what they said, right?
That's not what they said. Don't lie on this platform.
What Elvis want to do, right? They want to cherry pick parts of the TRC, right, and say it was Congo people. Dwell on that, you know.
That's not even what I'm saying. Dynast, let me speak on it. Let me speak on the TRC report because he's armchairing it. He doesn't even understand what the TRC report said. He doesn't even understand what it said.
and everything, it started with the rights riot and that coup in 1980.
It would never start with the rights right. They went back and try to identify the problems that led up to things like the rights right and things that led up to the coup.
So it's about,
That's what the TRC report did.
Elvis, you're never gonna get the truth, Elvis. I'm just so glad most Liberians.
What are you talking about? You think our history started from the rights right? You think that's where our history started from?
You're never gonna get the truth.
Okay, guys, hold on 1 second. Okay, hold on. Colin, chill out. Colin, stop. All right, Carrie, you want to add Carrie? You know you are our official guest. Would you like to add anything, Carrie? You gotta unmute yourself.
Okay, I'm unmuted. Well, the perspective that I'm looking at is how can we look past all. I know we can't. We history is important, and we cannot forget about the past and what has taken place. However, now, and I said this before, 2022 and beyond, how can we come together and start to rebuild, and how can we build our infrastructure and so forth. And I know, like, I've been doing research, I've been searching that there are some people who are over there on the ground in Liberia who are doing something. And there's this lady named Liberian lady named Zawadi M, and she has started communities, the Breville community, and there's another community that she's building, because from my understanding, it looks like if we in the diaspora, as well as those who are in Liberia or in the continent, and are able to come together and build these communities and also help to build the infrastructure, I think that's the best way, because we can't really depend on the government right now.
Okay, Carrie, let me ask you a question. Did your grandfather, did he ever speak on the rights riots?
The rights riots?
Yeah, or your father? They ever talk about the rights riots?
I know my father has talked about that. I know growing up, I heard him talking about the rice riot and so forth. But again, I have to I haven't heard him speaking about it in a long time. But I understand about the rice riot and some of the families speaking on it and whatnot. Because with Liberian topic and the history, it can be very controversial and heated. And people, it is very heated when you talk about these certain topics.
Okay, Trokan, go ahead and unmute yourself, Trokan. Unmute yourself.
Yeah. Thank you.
Trokan, go ahead and unmute. Trokan, you gotta turn off the playback, brother. You gotta turn off the playback.
Thank you.
Is this my Bassa friend, Trokan from Grand Bassa? Yeah, is that my brother?
Okay, let me. Yeah, go ahead.
Hello, greetings everyone. Dynast, Carla. Yeah, it's Edward. Yeah, 7 fields. Well, you're shaking your head, Carla, because you know exactly what I'm gonna tell you, right?
No, come on.
You go ahead. Yeah, we got some backup. Go ahead. Yeah.
Make it quick.
You know exactly what I'm gonna tell you. Right?
Oh, yeah, I know. You can tell me everything that's wrong, but go ahead.
All right. So Dynast, it's been years. Me and Carla has been going back and forth on this. And if you see Carla, you're getting pushback. Because why? You can't come to the African continent as some savior type of rhetoric. It doesn't work. It will never work.
Hold up, who came to the continent with some savior type rhetoric?
White man does.
No, like the narrative of Carla.
Only the white man could do that.
No, Carla. No. Your narrative. Listen to this, Carla. You see, can I finish? Can I finish what I'm saying? Can I finish what I'm saying? Right?
Carla, let the man speak. Let the man speak, man.
Carla,
go ahead.
Let me speak, right? That entire savior mentality that, Liberia would have been the greatest African country on the continent if African Americans were left to do their thing. Like I told you, and so even on Dynast's show, I have told you before on this show, like, listen, there were good things that happened and there were bad things that happened. It was not some monolithic, like, everything was great. And you yourself even told us, like, they African Americans segregated themselves, specific region already. You did say that
I never
on.
said that. I never said that. You misunderstood what I was saying. I'm saying, look, we
Wait,
have
okay.
settlements. Right? Hold on. Let me say this. Right, so my teacher Carl will tell you. Right, you have settlements. Right, which was based on what's it called? The law of the Magna Carta type law. You know, where property rights, everything, lines, borders, boundaries. Let me give you an example. Right. One of my partners in Liberia, right?
And shout out to Miss Call. A lot of respect
Are
for
you gonna
her.
interrupt me, Elvis? You gonna interrupt me?
I just want to give her that shout out. My
Hold
bad, Carla. Go
on,
ahead. Don't get so
don't,
emotional.
Elvis.
Take it
Don't let
easy.
me finish. Let me finish what I'm
Take it
saying.
easy, Carla.
You have plenty of time to talk, right? When I was over there, right, and one of my partners, right, where we got a compound in Liberia, right off in Painesville, right. His compound, right, was right next door to is a mansion by Edwin Snow, his girlfriend, right. He's been trying to build his mansion for like 10 years. It's still there. My boy said, look, his property is 4 inches over on his property. I said, well, he got the wall. Let me know. He's going to take that thing down, right? Take that wall down, and I want that 5 inches back. And so did it dawn on me, right? No place in Africa is like this, except for Liberia. The idea that boundaries, people's property is found by defined boundaries and everything is something that is unique to Liberia and the Western civilization, right? You don't have that. Other countries are trying to catch up to that, you know? He said, yeah, that's the property line. So I go to city, the line's right here. He's 5 inches over. You know, he's going to move that thing over. I said, just 5 inches, man. He says, I want that wall moved 5 inches. So what I'm trying to say is this, though. When you had the so-called American Liberians, they had zoning laws. You can't build your shack over here. You can't put up a fruit down here. All those things right now, if you go to Monrovia, it's completely lax. The city's cluttered with garbage and everything because there's no rules and regulations. People like Elvis want to take those rules and regulations that make Monrovia a modern city and say that was discrimination. That you can't just put a porta potty in the middle of the street.
Oh, okay. You
can't do all that stuff like that. If you have
okay, Carla, you've made
what
your
you're trying
point.
to say, you're trying to say
You're
we
gonna keep
invaders
going. You're gonna
we're
keep going.
savages
Carla,
and
can
we
you
need
just
to be
mute?
civilized,
Elvis,
right?
1 second. Can you mute? Dynast. Wait, Carla, can you just mute? You've made your point.
Carla, chill out. Carla, chill out. All right, go ahead.
Yeah,
Go
all
ahead.
right. Dynast, is it you have been to multiple African countries, right?
Correct.
Is it true that there is no land boundaries in other countries except for Liberia?
Now there is.
You see, are you seeing what the problem is, Dynast, right?
Let me say this.
Are you seeing what the problem is? I have been trying to talk to Carla for years. I've been trying to talk to Carla for years, man.
Hold on, Carla.
I've been trying to talk to this brother for years, man.
Yeah. But what Carla is speaking of, as far as, you know, some type of licensing and not the land boundaries, you know, so much, but as far as the licensing and permits and zoning in regards to where you could do business at, you know, be a vendor at, you know, just looking at the pictures from my father. Let me finish. Looking at the pictures from and the way my father used to talk about Monrovia from when he used to go, you know, before the first coup, and even I think he went a couple times during those. Versus when I went in 2019 is night and day. So I think that's what Carla's talking about.
I agree with Carla. I agree with Carla on that point.
Elvis, one second. Elvis, 1 second.
I can see that point to Carla.
Carla, do you actually realize that the capital of Nigeria, Abuja, was built in the 80s? Wait. You see, this is the thing. Pause. Go ahead. And you can't build your house on some land that it's not appropriated for that. That has been even in Lagos. Wait, Carla, let me finish because I'm still coming to some issues, right? Because we need to get to the bottom of this. If we are all talking about reconciliation, if we're all talking about advancing together, right? We all need to come to the table with some humility. We all need to be able to say, I messed up in this bit, I messed up in that bit. I did right in this bit, I did right in that bit. Now, You know, whenever you're speaking, it's been years we've been going back and forth about Liberia. I want to actually use Zambia as an example. When Zambia got its independence, right? Zambia was one of the leading exporters of cotton on the African continent. Zambia is a landlocked country. It was the British that were controlling that trade. When they got their independence, the British just packed up and left. Zambia was actually about to starve to death when China gifted Zambia a railway to a port. I've forgotten which port.
No, actually, the port of Zambia, the port of Durban goes all the way up to Zambia, you know?
Yeah, okay, so I forgot. Yeah, a railway system, right, that went all the way to that port. That's how they continued doing their exports, right? So when you put that in contrast with Liberia, you can actually see that boom you saw was basically they were given access by colonizers to trade, and the natives weren't. You have to look at that perspective as well when it comes to geopolitics.
Well, yeah. Repeat that again. Yeah, repeat that again.
Yes. So okay. So now, with you guys understood the Zambia explanation, right?
Yeah.
When the colonists were leaving, they shut everything down. It was China that actually gifted a railway system that went all the way to Durban, and that's how they continued doing their export. Kind of like Nigeria, when the British left, the mining sector collapsed, you know. So now, when it comes to Liberia, you need to first realize that the access to trade that was given to the African Americans wasn't the same.
Wasn't
with
given
natives.
to them.
Hold on. Given by who? Yeah, given by who?
Like the colonizers, America, European countries.
No.
Come on, that's all that Edwin.
No.
I'll tell you this, right? I'll tell you guys this, right? You can actually Google what Liberia was exporting.
Yeah, check this out.
What year do you want to use? What year do you guys want to use?
Okay, all right. Let me break. Edwin, let me break it down to you, bro. You know, Liberia basically.
Am I living in your head rent free, Carla?
No, I don't know what it is. So check this out.
Wait, look,
Edwin, you give me.
Can I tell you guys what they were exporting at? Wait, Carla, let me list. Wait, Carla, let me list. Wait, before you go, let me list what Liberia was exporting at the time. Natural rubber, balata, and remember, rubber was a big deal back in the day. Balata, gutta bircha, goyule, chisalum, and similar gums in primary forms or in. Wait. Listen, let me finish, Carla. Then you're gonna have your time. I am listening. I am just listing things, and after I list these things, you can say what you want. So now let me wait. I need to list everything.
You gotta give Carla a chance to respond to you. But
can I list? Can I list the things, Carla?
No, don't list all of them. Just make your point, man. Come on.
So forms or in plate, sheet, or strip, palm oil and its fractions, and whether or not refined, but not chemically modified, synthetic rubber, and some other stuff. So this was what they were exporting to America. These are some of the stuff they were exporting to America. Was there rubber in Liberia before the African Americans came?
All right,
sure.
Hold on.
Was there rice in Liberia before the African Americans came? Sure. So you need to look at that.
Well, no. But see, that's where you're mistaken, because before the African Americans came, Africans were exporting other Africans to white people, and then in fact, Africans were heavily trading with Portuguese in Liberia, with the Portuguese,
and they were selling
French, with everybody. So with other white people,
they were actually selling the rice.
Yeah, so I don't understand your point. Yeah.
Yes, they were selling to Europe. They were selling to Europe, right? Not to America. At the time, there wasn't an America.
Oh my God, what's the
This guy
difference?
has
Do
Oh,
you
what's the
understand what I'm trying to
difference?
say?
Hey,
The
yeah, you
difference.
gotta
There's a time
you gotta let
span.
Carlos speak. Yeah, you gotta let Carlos speak. I want to hear
What's
God
the,
on
what's
this.
the
Yeah, yeah.
difference?
look,
Yeah.
There's a time span. There's different
see, like
time
I said,
spans.
like I
What's
said,
the
like I said.
difference? What's the
Bottom
difference?
line, bottom line is this, right? Bottom line is this, right? People don't realize, right? Liberia proper, Liberia itself, right? Liberia itself, Liberia minus it, like teacher Carl was saying the other night. The unification thing in Liberia was a big mistake, right? Because what should have happened, right, is they should have kept the indigenous power structure in the interior, and they should have developed the interior and on a 50% basis, right, to have regional governments and everything, and develop online, and then integrate them into society from a position of strength. In other words, basically, we're going to take over your territories where the iron ore is and everything, but we're going to make you Liberians. Like, whoa, what people doing? And so, therefore,
Oh, you take my natural resource to make me Liberian. Is that a
that's
fair trade?
hold on. I'm agreeing.
Are you seeing where there's a problem,
Hold
Carla?
on. They don't even understand that I'm agreeing with them. You know?
No, but you gotta be more
No,
articulate. You
no.
gotta be more articulate with your points.
Hold on. Instead of interrupting me, let me freaking make my point, right?
Go ahead.
So the conventional wisdom of the time was that, we can make all these people into Liberians, one black nation, everything like that. And then the reality is people still hold on to their own ideologies and everything. They don't want to, just because you live on the coast and you wear Western clothing, don't necessarily mean. Now, like what Liberia should have meant was we're going to come and develop all your cities in the thing, just like we developed Monrovia, you know? Had that happened right there, you guys would have local governors, you have your own bank, branch bank, everything like that, and you maybe your own airport, right? Had that happened, right? But the thing is, at the time, Liberia was only get this. You tried to unify Liberia at the time of development. Liberia's development only was 35 years. It was 1945, the post-World War II era, right? When Liberia was not under threat of being colonized or anything like that by the British, and the British relinquished its claim to try to 1980. It was 1935, 1980, and Liberia's development was remarkable, right? But like I said, 35 years is not enough time to integrate society. At the time, right? Like they said, well, why wasn't all people in the middle class? All black people weren't in the middle class during that time.
Are you absorbing the Liberian government before that of not integrating the natives?
Liberia had a higher standard of living than any other country in the region. Okay, and so therefore, people from Nigeria, Guinea, all these people were coming to Liberia. It wasn't the other way around. They were coming to Liberia, and so in that 35 years, it was pretty much remarkable. Then 1980, the coup happened, and what could have became out of Liberia was lost forever. You know, unless some Liberians from America
do you see?
Thing, go to Liberia. It's going to take the young Liberians in America, right, to basically make that thing and go back and fight against the tribalism and all that stuff like that, and saying this republic is worth saving. Yeah. Oh,
do you see a problem, Caleb?
No. Do you
see a problem with your approach, bro?
Yeah, hold on. We got Miss Family. I'm sure she wants to chime in.
But I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna pass it to Miss Carr. The issue with your argument is you literally skipped over how Native Africans are already engaged with trade for hundreds of years before the Americo-Liberians came with Europeans. I can't believe how you completely skipped over that part. And then your argument is, well, they were trading with Americans, which is
the historian. I'm sure she can speak on that. She's a historian.
Miss Carr, go ahead. And guys, please don't interrupt. Miss Carr, go ahead.
Hey guys, thanks for letting me on. I was actually enjoying the conversation, and then being the person I am, I had to chime in. I was trying to really just observe, but I do need to say some things just to correct the context. And the other thing I want to say, I don't see anything wrong with people having confidence. You don't have to humble yourself in order to reconcile. There's nothing wrong with people coming into a situation from a position of confidence, courage, and strength. So this habit we have of trying to tell people to belittle or diminish themselves in order to communicate, I think is problematic. We like to say this to Black men. We like to say this to Black women, that you can be respectful and not diminish yourself. And so let's try to refrain from telling people, bring yourself down, before you say something. It's not a healthy discourse. That aside, we have to also realize that these people, our ancestors that we talk about in terms of, we talk about them like they were some isolated population of excuse the term, jungle bunnies living in some, isolated place. This is West Africa. West Africa has been, part of the greater, even ancient Roman Empire. So the gold that they were smelting was coming from West Africa. So we've always been engaged in trans-Saharan trade. We have the transatlantic interaction goes back to the 1400s. So before human beings were even sold across the Atlantic, before the transatlantic slave trade commenced, there was trade, in other goods before human beings started being traded. So we have to keep this in mind. We're not talking about populations of people who had never had contact with the outside world or that were ignorant. And then to also address this issue of zoning and order and cleanliness, this is an African condition. What happens is you break all of this down and you end up creating these ghettos that do not have any, strong central authority to create a context of, where do you throw your trash, who gets to garden when, and how do you build your house, where should your door face? I mean, if you look, just Google any of these old pictures of villages, they were very orderly, organized, clean, structured. People didn't have the liberty to just, throw trash all over the place. Organized living conditions and these things are the property of human beings. This is a human condition. What happens is degeneration and the breakdown of order is what we're seeing in Liberia, not culture. And that needs to be stated as well. And then the last thing I wanted to say is, please stop saying, talking about African people who return to their place of origin in terms of colonial concepts. I think that's very skewed. They didn't think of themselves that way, and they didn't conduct themselves that way. This was not a colonial venture. Land sovereignty in Liberia is unmatched anywhere else on the planet where people have come in. The land of the indigenous people in Liberia was protected in the 1847 Constitution. And so when we start talking about, people like to pretend that they came in and they took land from people. And I even heard Kala say, oh, they came and took the natural resources. The Liberian government didn't take the natural resources. Liberia was economically colonized by the Western world.
Right.
And
I was just trying to make
even for them, even for them to be able to go in and take the resources, there's a process where, because the laws of Liberia protect the land, the tribal certificate must be signed by the chiefs that own the area. So that's the only place on the continent of Africa where, and part of the reason why we're not vastly developed and exploited is because the land still belongs to the people. The indigenous people of Liberia are poor landholders. And this is a powerful thing. Right. And this is something that everyone is always fighting. So when other Africans come in and try to use their experience and then try to make it analogous to Liberia, it's because they don't know what they're talking about. Liberia is not analogous to even Sierra Leone in this context, because we didn't have that experience of a massive land grab. My brother that's on the phone, Elvis, is, we're talking about Zwedru, we're talking about Grand Jita, we're talking about River Sess. At the end of the day, tell me what American Liberian plantations exist in Zwedru, or in Grand Jita, or River Sess, or River G, or any of these places. These lands are still in the possession of the people. This is very important, and this is why for the masses of us that are not in Liberia, that have had access to Western education and to understand how the world is structured and organized in this modern context, we need to understand what we have and what we can do with that. And we also need to understand that the reason we have it is because, unlike other African people, we were protected by a group of people who came in and understood what was happening in the world. As much as they were Christians and they were discriminating and they were like, you guys are savages, you guys got to be like us, whatever, all that stuff. The greater importance here is they knew they were African. And they knew that the struggles and the hell that they were catching was because they were African. And this is why we have land sovereignty, and this is why we're protected. So we have to remember these things. And it's not to dismiss the discrimination and the classism or any of that, but we have to not forget and lose context. Lose track of the fact that we own the country. And we would not own the country if we had been colonized by Westerners, by Europeans, by people who didn't know who they were. I'm going to get off my soapbox, y'all. Thank you.
Thank you, teacher.
Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's pass it. Yeah, would you like to respond? And we'll pass it to Carrie, since Carrie is the official guest. Go ahead, yeah.
Okay, yeah. So, thank you, Mrs. Cowell. I heard your submission. There are two things the two things first. When I say humility, it's not you have to belittle yourself or you have to make yourself less than anything. I am talking with regards to actual interacting, because African Americans will come with, Africans need to do away with tribe. Now, Dynast knows from his experience on the continent, the moment you say something like that, and Kala says things like that, the moment you say something like that, everybody shuts off from you. The conversation
they
is
get
ended.
rid of tribalism, not tribes.
No, listen, right?
Do you understand, Edward?
No, listen, wait, Carla, can I finish? Can I finish, right?
Carla, let him finish. Carla, let him finish.
Can I finish? Because you don't need to be explaining yourself, right? Let me finish, right? So when I say things like that, it's, hey, how can we move forward? You can't come into a conversation with, we are the ones. Let's listen to what Carla said tonight. You know what should have happened? They should have exported the iron ore and stuff of the natives in other places and make them regional governments on their own land. Like,
do you understand? Hold on.
Wait, listen, right? Listen, wait.
Let's do this. Hold on. Miss Carrie's the official guest. She has to log off soon. Miss Carrie, unmute yourself, and you can share whatever you want to. And Miss Carrie, you there? Go ahead.
Yes, I'm still here.
Now go ahead.
Every time when I hear Kwa speak, I enjoy what she's saying because she has a great perspective, and I agree what she was saying earlier. And as I stated earlier, I wanted to touch on, like, now that it's 2022, how can we rebuild? How can we come together? We do acknowledge what happened in the past, but what can we do now in this present time and for the future? And I know somebody said something about the new generation or whatnot. I know my parents and grandparents' generation, the baby boomers and the silent generation, some of my grandparents aren't living anymore. My parents are 60 plus or whatnot. And the other day when I spoke with my father, he said that he may not be alive when Liberia is together. Like he said, it's up to you or to me, the millennial, as well as some of the Gen Xers and the Gen Zs. It's up to you all now what you all can do.
Yeah. Let me just speak on that real quick too. Okay. As to how we move forward.
Edward, you just got okay.
Hold on, Carla. Let me speak. Let me
respond to what.
Carla.
No, Carla,
let me speak, man.
Oh my God, man.
Let me speak. I want to piggyback on what she said. You'll get the chance. You spoke. I haven't been speaking in a couple minutes. My point here is I agree with what the sister said, right? Miss Carrie. I think the best way forward, like Sierra Leone, like Rwanda, like the Gambia was doing recently, is trying to implement our TRC report. That's what the Truth and Reconciliation Commission is about. especially the reconciliation part of it. We haven't implemented that in our country yet. And I think for every country to move forward from its past, there has to be some moment of reconciliation. We haven't had that part in Liberia. So when I come on this platform, I'm advocating for that. There's other platforms in our Liberian community that we go to, and a lot of people is advocating for the implementation of it. Not just the War and Economic Crimes Court, but to sit down and be able to reconcile with each other. So I think before we move forward, we have to go through that process. If we don't, you still have a lot of hurt people, from the war on both sides or every side.
Thank you.
So that's the way I think we need to move forward. But we have a government right now we have a government who's not willing to implement the TRC report, and that's a travesty.
The reason why, let me tell you something. The reason why
to implement it when he got into office, and he reneged on that promise. So,
Caller, wait. I was giving
Hold
great
on, before we do that,
I was
guys,
giving
hold on. Before we say that, Ms. Carey, the floor is yours. Listen, I know you said you have to go soon. Anything else you want to share, you go right ahead, Ms. Carey.
Well, I was trying to get everybody's perspective on that. How can we, rebuild? What can we do, or how can we prepare the millennials and as well as the Gen Xers?
Go ahead.
Okay, the whole thing, like Elvis keeps saying about the TRC report, right? But people don't want the TRC report. I read it, right? The people, basically, reason why it has not been implemented, right, is because too many people in power right now in Liberia, right? Get this. You have people who got blood in here. This guy, what's this guy, Bole, right? This guy led the executions on the beach. He was educated. He got privilege. He came back because he had so much hate in his heart because I guess he was from a native and everything. He turned on the very people that gave him so much, right? So people got so much. There's so many people
that has blood on their hands.
Even Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, right?
And who else?
People, so much blood on her head. She participated in the coup. So all these people with blood, you got the people in I feel sorry for the people in Liberia, right? Because you got the very worst people running the country right now. And that is the truth.
That's true.
All these people and people like Elvis want to do is this. Unless you have like a revolution in Liberia where they get rid of everybody in office, everybody clean the whole country out and everything. I do like George Weah because I know deep down inside George Weah loves Liberia. He loves Liberia. He's not corrupt. He loves Liberia. He's around people. He's around people that's using him because his native background and everything. But those people in Liberia, they love George Weah. And when I went to Liberia there and I talked to them, they said, he's not much of one now. He's not articulate and everything. But we know this man loves us, and people love George Weah. That's something you can build on, But I'm saying there's people in the commentary and people on social media and everything. I don't know what they get out of passing their misery on to the next generation of Liberians. I look at these poor kids. I went to my friend Jossie's school, right? And these children there with nothing, right? And I said like this, I'm going to do whatever I can to help you build this school up, right? These kids just, you see on my video on my Facebook, these kids were like, when I went in the room, they all stood up again. They just want to learn. They're sharing the books and everything. I said, all they need is people from their diaspora to come home and help build their country and give these kids some hope. But all I hear is people online talking about how they weren't treated right 50, 60 years ago, and we need to get to the bottom of it. When are the freaking men of the black race to stand up like men and take charge and build something for our people? And some acting like a little sissies and whatnot, whining about something that they can't do. When is this going to happen?
Carla, you always sound like a fool when you go off on tangents like that. Don't say that.
I'm going to dismiss what I say, but you can't say because I'm talking directly about people like you.
They implemented the TRC. They had it in Rwanda.
Your ass should be home.
So don't take for granted.
Liberia right now. You should be in Liberia right now building something.
To establish the TRC. So understand that.
You should, if you really felt like you
implement it. So don't just
Liberia right now, Elvis.
As if it's not important.
You should be in Liberia right now building. You should be like my brother Chopin Glade. That's in Liberia building.
Sarah didn't skip a step that went through the TRC and implemented it. They went through it.
TRC, the bottom line is not going to be implemented.
We have to implement.
The only thing you want to hear about the TRC is how the Congo people did that. The TRC report was thorough. It
No,
implemented more
what are you
natives and
talking
everything.
about?
It went
I
thorough. You
said
don't
is
want the TRC.
every
You want to cherry pick what you want out of it to
what
persecute
what
people.
did I can pick? I said we all need to reconcile. Every group has
Hey, yo,
grievances.
if you
I'm not
did the
just saying
TRC report, if you did the
I
Liberian
let
TRC report, half
All
the
right,
Liberians in
hold on, one
Liberia would
mic,
have been
hold on, one mic. Elvis, your audio is starting to get choppy. Elvis, Miss Carrie, anything else?
Yeah, like what Mr. Collar was saying, people in the diaspora should go back and do their part, and that is my assignment as well. You know, I'm in the diaspora, but I need like to do my part in the rebuilding.
Okay, we got somebody else on. Trocon, go ahead, Trocon. Unmute yourself.
Thank you, Dennis. Thank you for this opportunity. Greetings to everyone. You know, I've been following this discussion for quite a while now, since you guys been talking about Liberia. First of all, I'm a Liberian myself. I wish the American Liberians did everything right in Liberia. Then Liberia will not be as it is today. But it did not happen that way. They did a lot of good things. Let me be honest with you. They created a country. They established laws and what they did a capital city. They tried to move the cities into different counties. We shouldn't discount that. But equally so important was, were they really giving equal opportunities to the native? And that's why Elvis continued to emphasize. But I hope my brother Carter will be able to just be quiet and listen sometimes, because you learn more when you listen than when you're talking.
Well,
please don't interrupt me. Let me finish, please. I will give you the chance to respond. You see, equally so, as a Liberian, I would say that the native have not even done the right thing in the first place for their own people. That's just a fact. Look at the poverty rate in Liberia right now. Look at the hardship that is ongoing. No one can blame it on the present economic situation that we face in the world because of the war in Ukraine. It would just be an excuse. Liberians then suffering for quite a long time, even during the regime of the American Liberians and the regime of the native, which started with the late Samuel Doe. Liberia got a long way to go. There's not one party in Liberia can claim to be right for the state of being in Liberia today, or one party can be accused of being in the wrong for what is Liberia today.
Let me ask you a question.
Liberia, let me finish, my brother. When I'm done, I will give you the chance. I've been sitting patiently listening to everybody. I will be brief, and I will soon give you the platform. What we need to do, and I agree with my sister Saye, everybody cannot be wrong and claim to defend themselves as being right. It is time to move forward. It's time to move on. My only disappointment in this situation right now is American Liberians. That's how we call them in Liberia. But for us, for me, I look at African American as Africans. Yeah, in the US, I don't even call them African American. I call my friends here Africans. So now they say I am American. I say, yeah, whatever. You are African, man.
You know, nobody in Liberia calls
Kala, please listen. Let's talk one at a time, man. You will have the platform. You've been speaking all day.
Oh, I know that, but come on.
Mr. Chuko, I think what I was saying is that nobody call the people the American Liberian American Liberian.
I don't need anyone translating anything for me. I can speak for myself, gentlemen. Please, let us speak one at a time. What I'm trying to say, my disappointment right now is America, Liberia, our fellow Africans, they shed tears and blood to establish a country. The country had gone through a process of real serious devastation. I think it is time for the descendants or the people, our fellow Africans here in the United States, to stand out and say, our ancestors established this country. It is not going the way we had hoped, but it is now time for us to stand out and take a lead. And we're going to go into this country. We're going to invest into this country. We're going to build this country. and we're going to make this country right. Because Liberia is the only country that African American can actually say, we did something in the world for ourselves. That's just the fact. Building the United States is something that you did, but no one recognizes you for that. But Liberia is the only country that African American, if they really know their history, can put their feet down and say, we did something in this world. But what happened? A lot of African Americans that got money now, what they doing? They're diverting to other African countries. We're not here to envy other African countries because we are all Africans. But if you decide the country that you actually really truly own, that speaks a whole lot about yourself. Liberians are not, the natives are not driving away African American from Liberia.
No,
They welcome African American. You went there and got a wife. That tells you that you are welcome there any day. So I was because Carla will not give me a chance to talk. So you can go ahead, Carla.
Check us out. And here's a problem. Here's a problem, right? There's way too many white people, right, involved in Liberia. Let me tell you this, right? And there's way too many white people, right, who befriended the indigenous people in Liberia, right? That's what it is. There's this guy named Gunther, right? He's from Sweden. This guy is basically spreading anti-so-called American Liberian proper. He's a Swedish. He lived in Lamco and everything like that, right? Matter of fact, I saw this fool when I was in Liberia. I think he recognized me. I saw him on Clay Street when I was in Liberia, and I looked at this guy. He was looking at me like, like he knew me or something, Anyway, there's too many white people, right, that basically who tell. All this started when the Peace Corps came in there, and they try to create this other. Before, nobody really cared. American Liberian just meant you spoke English and you got educated. That's all it was. The queer people, whatever, civilized people, And then you got the indigenous culture, right? And most Liberians will have a civilized way of life, and they have the indigenous. Go back to the village. And my boy Samuel Cooper, right? He's so-called American Liberian, but he got his village life, right? He showed me pictures of him in his village doing palm wine. He said, "Colin, man, we're gonna go to Marshall. Well, when we come to McGreevy in the interiors, you're gonna taste some Liberian palm wine, in my village and everything like that." And he got his life thing. So therefore, Liberia had a culture of hybrid, right? It was like wherever side you felt. Some people felt more towards the Congo people side. Some people felt towards the indigenous people side. But I do believe in Liberia, had it gone on, they would have been merged into one society. But that's what any other society does. France was not French. French was Calvins, Lombards, all these other people. And over the centuries, right, of mixing together and blending together, they become Frenchmen. What happens is in Africa, as we let people tell us we're this tribe, and everything, white people come to Africa and they identify us by tribe. They don't see Liberia, okay, these are Liberians. They'll say, oh, these are American Liberians. They said, we didn't call ourselves American Liberians. The media calls you American Liberians. Just like the media separated the Zulu kingdom, Zulu and Xhosa and all these other people and everything like that. They gave them all these things. Made it significant. They magnify your differences, to basically, and then reward certain people and pull certain people to the side and say, you're different from him, And then it takes good leaders to say, look, our common enemy is the white man, right? That does not happen in Africa. In Africa, we see pictures of white Jesus, and we think the white man represents Jesus Christ. He's Western civilization. We don't understand that we have to own our own modernity. That means all the modern things in the world, that belongs to us. That's why I tell people all the time. I said, look, if the white man comes to you and talks to you about all their inventions, go to the African Americans and look at their inventions, how all the inventions we made in America. Any African could tap into that and use that as a defense. Well, look at Peterson, that invented the first automobile. He was an African American. He's African. White people say, no, he's not African. He's Black American. He's separate. We allow them to separate us based on circumstance and everything, And this is what I'm talking about. If you have a people all in one country, right? We're all starving. We're all don't have anything, and we're all the same color and race and everything. Why don't we put our differences aside, right, and mend together and build a society like Rwanda's doing? With the two, you can't even mention Hutu and Tutsi, but everybody keep talking about we got to go back to the truth and reconciliation to like that. What for? You don't want to implement that whole truth and reconciliation because it'll implement all these people that you have in power. You know, all these people that destroyed Liberia. You know, and then the truth and reconciliation was so hot.
We want the truth and reconciliation for accountability. We want people who are responsible to be accountable for their actions.
You are not serious about accountability because you look who's in office right now. Bole, you know, that's your boy. That's your crime boy. You know, he's a senator down there.
Yes, I want George Bowler to be prosecuted for his crime that he committed.
You are not serious about that because he sat in America for decades. Don't play with me, Elvis. I know you people.
Wait, what are you saying?
You guys are one-sided. You ain't serious about no truth and reconciliation. You know, you're not serious about it because it means that you're gonna have to implement yourself in this thing, and you don't want to do that.
I want to do that. I never took part in the Liberian Civil War. Whatever George Buller did, he didn't do it in my name. I'm not here to protect him. He needs to be punished for his crimes, the same as every other crime person who committed war crimes. Any other tribal person who committed war crimes, they need to be prosecuted. Those who committed economic crimes against the Liberian people, they need to pay restitution.
In Liberia's fragile situation right now, it's best that you honestly, man, if like that, you did the coup.
You're in a minority, Carla. Your opinion really doesn't matter too much on this because you're not a Liberian. You don't understand what the Liberian people want. We want the TRC to be implemented. We want it. So you whatever you try to pontificate on this platform is irrelevant to us. It really is. You can't tell us what we need to do and not need to do.
Elvis, Carla, 1 minute. Guys, 1 minute. Can I just speak? I was hearing Elvis. Yeah, could you just give me a moment? And Carla, you see all this type of conversations. It's happened so many years. Like you say things like, oh, what needs to happen? The Liberia or African people, they don't have leaders. What they need to do in Liberia now is get rid of all the leaders. Those type of statements don't go down.
Yo, check this out.
No,
I just
wait, listen, Carla, can I finish? Because
you don't like hearing that from me.
I've been muted. I mean, no, it is not even you. No, it is not even you because you can even see. Wait, Carla, can you mute?
Let us finish, Carla. Let's finish.
Carla, can you mute? Even when Nelson Mandela was released after he went to Nigeria and African countries, he then even to Libya to see the late brother Muammar Gaddafi. He went into America, and when he was sat down, the video is right there on YouTube. It was an African-American brother that stood up and was asking him questions about his affiliations to people on the African continent. And remember what he said. One thing you make a mistake about is thinking that your enemies should be our enemies. That was profound. And this is the issue here, Carla. You know, I was speaking earlier on, but I had to give my time to Mrs. Carrie so she could speak because she's the guest here. And this is the issue, and that's why I was saying humility. I wasn't saying humility like you have to empower yourself or you have to belittle yourself or anything like that. No, in a sense that you should be able to empathize with the other people's pain. Did you just see what happened here? You said something that triggered Elvis, and Elvis had to respond to you. And guess what happened? Elvis actually told you, you're a minority, your opinions doesn't even count. There is a reason why he's speaking
my
like
opinion
that.
does count.
Wait, no, listen, Carla, this is it. Listen, Carla, mute yourself. Carla, mute yourself. You see,
my opinion doesn't count.
Mute yourself.
Carla, mute yourself.
Yeah, Carla. Carla,
we're exerting ourselves on our ancestral homeland. How about that?
It's not gonna work.
It's
never gonna work.
It is working.
It's never gonna work. It's never going to work, Carla.
You look at all over Africa.
You trying to do that is never going to work, Carla. Do you understand that part?
The bottom line is this:
Carla, can I finish speaking? Carla, no, Carla, mute yourself. Can I speak? Because you're, Carla, mute yourself. Carla, mute your mic. Carla,
I'm saying,
mute
I'm
your
just as
mic.
much African. I know
Mute
you're
your
a Negro
mute your
Edwin, you are a Negro
mute your mic,
You
Carla.
are
I
a
am not even going to
Negro
take your
You're not an
silly
African
insults, right?
nationalist. You're a
Carla,
Negro
mute your
pig.
mic.
No, listen,
Carla,
real
Carla,
African
mute your
nationalists
mic.
don't talk like you.
Carla, mute your mic.
You are a
Now,
Negro pig,
I will
Edwin.
tell you something here right now, Carla. Never in your life again call me a Negropean. I have never insulted you. I have never insulted you. Shut the fuck up. I've never insulted you in all the years I've known you. So stop that shit right now. Right now. Stop that shit right now. I am here speaking about how we can reconcile. Are you seeing how you're triggering people, right? Because of this, your whole African American supremacy shit.
I see you.
It's not gonna work.
I don't give a damn about no.
You're fucking talking about, hey, you know what? We're gonna export you people's natural resources, and then we'll build your cities, and then make you governors of your cities. Who the fuck do you think you are? We'll build our cities ourselves.
Check us out.
We'll build our fucking cities ourselves. We don't need all that bullshit rhetoric of yours. You ain't done shit but talk shit. We're building our own cities ourselves. Building our own cities. Listen to
Hey, one mic, hold on, one mic, hold on, Carla, one mic.
Abuja was built in the 80s, right? It's the first actual capital first ever capital on the African continent. Guess what? There was not a single African American that did that. So stop that bullshit you're doing. Stop that rhetoric you're doing. Stop that shit and rubbish rhetoric you're doing. That's what I am telling you.
Guys, can I come in?
Why has the Queen of England got all the African gold and everything? And you're gonna talk about what?
You see, these are the points you're making, right? This is the point you're making, right? Guess what, Carla? We broke that. Guess what, Carla? We broke that monopoly. No, Elvis, wait, Elvis, 1 second. Guess what, Carla? We broke that monopoly 20 years ago when we brought the Chinese in, who were bringing us, who were doing technology transfer. The African Americans haven't done any technological transfer, have they? So shut the fuck up.
Can I come in, guys? Can I come in, guys?
Yeah, let's hear from Chokum, please.
Thank you, brother Elvis. Hey, I appreciate brother Carla. I love your enthusiasm about Liberia. I hope every African American will be that enthusiastic about Liberia because that's what we want. We want people who love Liberia. We want people who believe in Liberia. We want people who know their history. We want people to link to their ancestors, accomplishment in life. I appreciate it. But if we having a conversation about Liberia, I will appreciate everyone who could just be professional about it. This is a platform. A lot of people are listening to us. You can disagree with me or agree with me, or you could disagree, but don't, insult me. Don't be respectful, So again, like I will go back to what Sister Saye said earlier. It is time to move Liberia forward. Nobody done anything right in Liberia, be it American Liberian or native people. Nobody have done anything right. There are some accomplishments that we cannot ignore because to establish or to form a country is not something easy. To establish a government is not easy. But there have been a lot of mistakes. There have been a lot of things that were done in the past that even if we sat at the table today, native Liberian will not agree with with American Liberian when they present their views. So we will be getting nowhere because both sides.
Let me, if I can interject real quick. I think if I can interject, hold on. Let me just interject real quick. Colin, let me interject. Colin, let me interject real quick. Let me interject. I think that it's just the problem I have really when it comes to this Liberia conversation. I don't see any other African countries in all the countries I've traveled to have this much heat for their white colonizers the same way. For some reason, indigenous Liberians and even Africans from other countries have so much heat for Americans. It's the weirdest shit ever. Like we have Africans from other countries who have more heat. Colin, let me finish, Colin. Don't interrupt me. Thank you. We have Africans from other countries who have more heat for American Liberians than they do the French, the English, the Portuguese who colonized their countries. And this is just the weirdest shit I have ever experienced. Colin, I'm not done yet, Colin. Thank you. Okay, it's just, and that's the problem. I would love to get an answer for that. I have never in my life seen this. The amount of now it's just it's weird. It's like it's jealousy almost that Africans globally have for Americo Liberians, and that's the part I just don't get. And I travel all over the place. It's to the point where you bring up colonialism in other countries, whether it be the Europeans, the French. I'm in Cote d'Ivoire. I forgot the city I was in, right? Like maybe 45 minutes outside of Abidjan. We're walking through an old French colonial castle or slave dungeon. They have pictures up of literally French colonial soldiers literally molesting the native African women. They have pictures up, but just they don't have this energy for the French the same way they have for Americos. And it's the weird. This is why I just focus so much on Liberia, because it's odd and it's the truth. Like it's the truth. I'm all over the place. I need an honest answer. Why do Africans globally have so much heat for American Liberians, but they don't have this same heat for the people who colonized them? That's my. I mean, that's my question.
Dynast, when you were in Dynast, when you were in Nigeria, did you ever hear Nigerians speak about Liberian Americans?
I'll talk to y'all later. John Cashin, what's up, brother? You know what I'm saying?
What's up?
Peace out. I'll talk to you later, brother. I'm gonna give you a call tomorrow.
You coming back in?
All right, so Dynast is not here, but American Liberians is a story in Liberia. It's not necessarily in West Africa. Nobody talks about American Liberians. Nobody talks about that. But when African Americans will come to a stage and then want to say, hey, this was all the great, if it wasn't for the natives, oh, this will be the greatest country in the world and things of that nature. Well, you will have natives that will say, hey, everything wasn't as rosy as you're depicting it to be. And then you are having kickbacks from people who experienced the part that wasn't rosy. And you're not even acknowledging you're not even empathizing with their pain. But for some reason, you want them to empathize with your own pain.
No. That I disagree. We empathize with the pain, but it's the levels of exaggeration when it comes to it. So when I first started on this Liberian journey back, 2017, 2016, we were literally told Black Americans came to Liberia with the white man mindset and enslaved. That was the consensus. Enslaved the natives. Then I just started asking questions. So here in America, in Brazil, Central America, the Caribbean, there's actual evidence of slave plantations. People, you have actual evidence of slavery. And I just asked a simple question: where's the proof that the natives are enslaved? Then here comes they move the goalposts. Well, they the Americans implemented apartheid and Jim Crow. Okay, Jim Crow here in America, apartheid in South Africa. There was literally legislation on the books that said that, listen, Black people cannot attend these white institutions. Where's the legislation stating that indigenous Liberians could not
attend or empower themselves economically?
Cannot have access. Cannot have access to these Americo institutions. Then the next one was, they forced the indigenous tribe to take on the Americo names. And yet I travel all over Africa. I travel. I literally have Africans. I'll talk to them in Africa. What's your name? My name is Mary. Hold on. So you're trying to tell me your name is Mary? What's your name? Oh, well, my indigenous name is so-and-so. I just go by the name Mary because it's my Christian name. I'm like, what the? And so I just started questioning this whole, Liberian settlement incident. It's just the stuff just didn't. The whole economic part. 2019, I go to Liberia. Lebanese control Monrovia. Control it. Not indigenous Liberians, not the descendants of Samuel Doe or the other indigenous tribes. Lebanese control it. So I'm just trying to figure out, like, what the hell is really going on?
Yeah.
Like, it's not adding. I'm not saying that there was discrimination. I'm not saying that at all. But it's just I think I'll be honest. I would say this: it is grossly exaggerated. Grossly exaggerated because it's not adding up on the ground.
Yeah, Dynas, Elvis, before you go, Dynas, right? Yeah, there are all those. Elvis, 1 minute. I'll just take a minute, Elvis. Yeah, there is all of that as well. However, it is the approach of color that keeps it in the rocks, because that approach, you know how it is, Dynas. That approach, like saying, oh, in fact, he made a statement like, oh, it was only organized by Liberia is the only country that has an organized land lease. And I had to ask you, Dynas, you have been to several countries. Oh, in Nigeria, has this happened? And then you started to laugh. And that's the problem. The problem is, when it comes to certain things, you can't make it seem like everything was rosy. You need to be able to say, these are that we can do better and move forward. But Carla's argument is not even that way.
Yo, hold on 1 second. I want to hear from Choco.
Go ahead. That's what I just wanted to say. Go ahead, Elvis.
I think you're older. At least the way you sound, I think you sound older. I want to hear your experience, because Dynas is saying that perhaps everything we're saying is being overblown, or we're exaggerating. So maybe you can give your experience during your time growing up, how things were.
I'm not from Liberia.
Yeah, they're not talking about you. Yeah, he's speaking to me. So let me.
Okay, all right, okay.
I want to hear from others and their experiences, so Dynas can hear you guys if we're over exaggerating.
Thank you, Elvis. For me, when I was a little kid, my dad used to work in the government. In fact, my father was he was a superintendent for Grand Bassa County, which, like in the States, we would say governor of a state. But at that time, I knew nothing about government. And the coup happened, and we all fled. We ran into Haiti. They were looking for everybody, whether you were an American Liberian or native that worked in the government. Everyone was searched. They were searching for everyone. And my father, he was arrested and spent 1 year in jail, in prison. So the whole situation with Liberia. I disagree when Donald said that they're trying to portray African American on the continent to say they did the worst thing. Look, even in Liberia, where the American Liberian actually ruled, there's no real genuine hatred to American Liberians. It's not. You will have few people will say, oh, during the time we were marginalized, but to say real hatred, it doesn't exist. I'm telling you, the law for African American as a whole in Liberia is even greater than any African country that you would think you want to go settle in right now, whether it is Ghana, Gambia, or wherever. Because Liberia history is tied to African Americans. That's just a fact. And you Dynas, I thought you being a very educated man, probably in the country. I thought when you heard all those who you will go and find all the truth yourself and try to inform your people and say the way people are portraying us on the continent, especially in Liberia, I did not see it that way. You Dynas, if any African American, if you left from the States and you went to Liberia right now, and you just get yourself known into the society, the first thing that comes to the mind of the Liberian, they will ask, what can you do? If you are a good person with publicity, they say, can you help us with our tourism? If you somebody who into electrical engineering, they say, well, this man is qualified. Let's get him job to improve our LEC, Liberia Electricity Corporation. Every African American, I guarantee, if you left from here now from the United States and went to Liberia, you are 100% welcome. And if you have a skill, Liberia will give you a job immediately because We do not look at African Americans to be different people at all. Liberia history is tied to African Americans.
Yeah,
But
making a,
they concept that, they want to portray African American as the worst people, and other Africans don't like African American on the continent. That's not true, man, bro. Let's stop that kind of conversation. Let's stop that kind of saying. What we want to do here is to promote peace and to see how we all can move forward. A lot of mistakes are happening in Liberia. That's just the truth. The American Liberian cannot claim that they are right. The native Liberian cannot claim that they are right. Because I'm telling you the truth, I'm a native Liberian. When I look at Liberia today, I'm disappointed. I was in Liberia 2 weeks ago. In fact, almost 3 weeks ago, I was in Liberia. And I went to the county my father used to serve in, Grand Bassa County. And when I saw how way back, how Buchanan was laid out and paved and beautiful city, when I went there, I was disappointed. I was disappointed. Even right now, native Liberian in power, and they rule the country. And guess what they're doing now? They're taking country resources and dividing among themselves in the House of Senate and Representatives. They take 30,000 each. Besides the biggest salary they are making, $15,000 a month for each person. They still took 30,000 for each representative and senator. And the people are there living in poverty. And the hospitals are there, don't have medicine. So the native are just completely not capable or even leading Liberia properly right now. That's justified. You need both American Liberians and native to work together to move Liberia forward. And that's justified. Anything contrary to that is just a contradiction. So it is time for us to leave this whole thing like, oh, there's other people group up who are portrayed as the worst people, or the other people was the best people, or this group came to educate the people, and the people did worse to those who came to educate them. All of that is just, it's not going to move or anywhere, man.
can I hear from
It's time to move on.
Go ahead. I want to hear from you too, please.
Hear from who? Well, John, you want to add to it?
Oh, me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I was harping on Liberia last night. I don't know who here now heard what I had to say about Liberia. And I said, we need to sit down with George Way and his Jamaican-born wife and look eye to eye, because they're in a key position. And I don't think they know what they need to be doing. I don't know if anybody here, I see some people in the chats knew about my conversation last night. Saye, I just met you today. And Elvis, I don't think he was, none of these people were here last night.
Okay, say what you got to say.
Right? Okay, so I wish Carla was on, because I've been talking with Carla about this stuff for three plus years, probably. Mm-hmm. And he was screaming Angola, 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 and then all of a sudden he jumps to Liberia as soon as he gets a passport, finally.
Yeah. Oh, American passport.
American passport. Yeah, he'd never been to Africa, but he was, telling us what we should be doing. And I'm on the ground for 3 decades. And I was like, okay, Carla, where's your passport, man? So at least he went to Liberia and only Liberia. Am I right? As far as I know. Yeah. So, okay.
Yeah, legally, that's correct.
Okay, so legally, we, descendants of Africans and also the Black tribes of America, because I'm Cherokee and Chickasaw on my father's mother's side. We Blacks everywhere, let me put it that way. Liberia is probably our brightest star right now, even though the star is not bright, it's very dim. But in the law, it's the easiest for us to get into Africa legally. We founded the country. There's no doubt about it. I'm not talking about the Americo-Liberians anymore, who've been there for 6, 7, 8 generations. Well, 200 years. Yeah, well, not all of them since 1822, but I think there was a big movement leading up to 1847 and right after, and then it kind of tapered off. And then World War II, Roosevelt pumped some money in there, and the Tuskegee Airmen landed there before they went and kicked ass up in Europe. I don't know if a lot of people know about that story. And then of recent, I mean, I went to school with Liberians in college. That wasn't happening a whole lot, to my knowledge. But now we got our sister Saye, who's got, that was some interesting history I heard of her. She's a mix, even though she's almost pure Liberian, but she's got a Congo, and what else did I hear? Congo?
I have Kron, Loma, Bassa, Americo Liberian, and Congo Liberian in me.
Yeah. Okay. So that's all the tribes in Liberia. Not outside Liberia, but still West Africa. Okay. So where do we go from here? That's what's been on my mind ever since I dropped in Lagos. Say, do you know Cyril Allen?
What's the name?
Cyril Allen.
Yeah, I know Cyril Allen. He's a chief in Bond County. Yeah.
Okay. I went to the Liberian embassy in Lagos in Victoria Island with him, and he got my stamp gratis in 1989. So I've been in touch with direct people there. But do you know that Cyril Allen is Igbo? His grandfather's from Nigeria. And they own the largest private-owned rubber plantation in Liberia, other than Firestone. I think Firestone was the only other company that had a larger plantation. But he's Igbo of Nigeria. Are you aware of that? The guy that introduced me to him, they spoke Igbo together. Hello?
I don't know about that, because I know the Allen family. I know his brother. I know his niece Gwen. In Liberia, they're known to be American Liberians. Cyril Allen was one of the main architect of the war. He was close with Charles Taylor. He was one of his advisors. So
he wanted me to come to his house when it started. He said, "Oh no, John, come. It's no problem. It's just a skirmish on the border." Only for him to jump out and go to Cote d'Ivoire to decide to survive himself. Am I correct?
No, what I'm trying to tell you is Cyril Allen, he was quite involved in the war. He helped orchestrate the war.
He was Taylor's right-hand man at some point.
So he's not innocent. He didn't try to go survive. He was part of the plan the whole time. So I know Cyril Allen. I don't know about his Igbo roots, but certainly in Liberia, his family is known as a Congo family.
3 generations of Liberia.
But he said he's Igbo.
His grandfather moved to Liberia.
So
Cyril Allen's father was born in Liberia, and then he was born in Liberia. So he's Americo-Liberian is what he's being called, but he's actually Igbo. I don't know the matrilineal line, though.
Okay, so he's
to
Igbo.
Cyril. Well, they came from Nigeria. His family came from Nigeria. I don't know how they got the name Allen. I don't know.
Okay. So you got to land. What do we?
Okay, so where do we go from here? With or without Cyril Allen? So, I was saying last night, where's our Liberian passports for us who want it? If we go to the Liberian consulates or embassies, I'm not talking about just us from the United Snakes of America. All through the Caribbean, Liberia they have an embassy in Haiti, in Port-au-Prince, amongst other places. But it's our country. The black race's country. It is. This is my point. Now, more ships and yachts are registered to Liberia than any other country in the world right now. Onassis and all them all had Liberian flags on their yachts. But those yachts never went to Liberia to be a Liberian flag carrier. So why should we human beings have to go back to get the passport? That's my first thing I have to say.
Right, and let me answer that quickly, please. In the law in Liberia, it says only people of Negro descent could be Liberian citizens.
Yes.
Now, if you wasn't born in Liberia, you have the right to go there and be naturalized as a Liberian citizen. Have you considered if you want to have a passport?
And it requires a 1-year residency. Am I correct?
Right, and will you be willing to do that so you can get it? Because that's the law on the land. Unless you want to.
Okay, great. Does Liberia need some money to build up the country right now?
Yes, certainly they do. We do.
Okay.
We need a lot of.
Would you rather go to World Bank or the IMF, or come to us in the Americas for the funds?
Well, I think getting the money from the diaspora would be better than going to the World Bank for sure.
Okay. Just like the diaspora Nigerians are sending billions of dollars to Nigeria for it to survive right now.
But
Otherwise,
excuse
it would
me,
collapse. Yeah.
excuse me.
Yeah.
1 second. Excuse me. Sorry, I didn't get your name. Your name is Mr. John, is it?
John Cashin from Alabama. My father ran for governor against George Wallace on his own party in 1970. The NDPA. That's my family.
Mr. John Cashin, right? When it comes to funds, you see the same time possibly you were speaking with Carla. I've been speaking with Carla. That's why I keep saying I've been speaking with you for years. Your approach and the language you use will be rejected by any African country, not even talking of Liberia. Like the way you're
okay.
Speak for
Are you
Liberia.
saying what I said right now would be rejected? Is that what you're saying?
No, not you. I'm talking about Carla. Carla, if you listen
I
to
have
his
problems
rhetoric.
with Carla's approach also.
Yes, if you listen to Carla, and I always tell him, I've been speaking to him for years. He's not changing.
Likewise.
He's not changing. And you see, now he's getting on platforms. He's getting on platforms and saying things like that, and that's not working. It's disunifying us more than
I agree. And I wonder why he dropped off when I came on.
Because he even called me a Negro King today. I spazzed out on him straight up.
Yeah, let me Jay, and that's why.
Hey, y'all ain't finna go in on Carla while he not here.
You know.
Well, I'm not trying to go in on Carla. I'm trying to go forward, and he brought Carla up. And to me, we've passed that conversation.
Hey guys, y'all missing a point here. Y'all missing a point here.
That's what I'm trying to get.
John is driving at something. You guys keep interrupting. It is
no.
Listen,
I am also driving at the same thing. If you guys,
I want to hear what John got to say.
Wait, hold up.
We're trying to get to a point.
Yes, Elvis. I'm actually driving at.
Second, please. I think he's
1 second, Elvis. I am also driving at the same point John is driving at. That's why I had to come and speak.
Let's listen to John. Let me get done with his point, and you can come.
Okay.
Me and John.
I haven't got where I'm going yet.
Yeah, go ahead, John.
Go ahead, John.
Okay, now, if you need money from us, I'm not talking about just us Cherokees and Navajos and Delawares and Manhattans and Sioux and Seminoles. I'm talking also about our Caribbean brothers and our Yoruba brothers in Brazil. I'm talking about all of us in the Americas. Yes.
When you talk about the native tribes, you mean that were enslaved by the native tribes?
No. We're the ones that Paleface came and made us sign treaty at gunpoint. Even though we kicked DeSoto's ass in Alabama. The Black Warrior Tuscaloosa. That's my tribe. We killed his ass, and they dragged his bones out to the Mississippi River, and they claimed everything west of the Mississippi for Spain, and he was already dead for 2 years. The Louisiana Purchase fraud. This is where I'm going.
So you're saying, Nate, you're one of the
I'm Cherokee and Chickasaw.
Lord, bro.
We're black. We're black tribe.
Your ancestor was raped by
you didn't know that.
And a Chickasaw.
Mr. John,
I was a 7 foot tall black.
They own slaves, and you sitting here claiming that you Cherokee and Chickasaw.
Who is a slave?
I said they own slaves.
At times, and you know, the very first slave case was a black man who enslaved his friend in the law.
Bruh, that's irrelevant. They
actually
own thousands of slaves.
The history of what happened to all of us. Good, bad, and ugly.
There was a whole slave revolt from the Cherokee plantation in 1842.
Yeah. After Paleface said we're going to remove you, the Thomas.
So you can't claim Native Americans were
black himself. Yeah.
You can't claim Native Americans.
Tell you who they are.
Yeah, can't put American, or you put black on your forms when you fill out forms.
Fill out forms. Who's asking what? I'm confused now.
This is Elvis. I'm asking you. You know, you go to get your license, or you go to get a job, or whatever, and they ask you what's your ethnicity. What do you put in there? You put in Indian.
United Snakes of America. Are you talking about the United Snakes of America?
Yeah, in the United States of America.
State
What
license
you identify as on your
I haven't had in 4 decades. Is that what you were talking about?
No, I just want to know. I'm not here to question your what you're saying about being Indian. I just want to know
why do you think I up and left over 3 decades ago? I left the corporate plantation of the United States of America. Why do you think I left?
I don't know you. This is my first interaction with you, so I'm just
I know, Elvis. You don't know.
So
Elvis,
wait,
right?
so you telling? So what you're implying is you left because you're Native American?
No, I didn't say that. It's a lot more sophisticated than that.
Okay, so why'd you leave?
As I said, my father ran for governor against George Wallace 2 years after Wallace got 47 electoral votes for president as American Independent Party. That's the family I'm from. Okay?
Okay.
One of 2 black men to found statewide political parties. The other one was the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party.
John, what they're asking is, do you identify as Native American or do you identify as black?
I know what I am, and I haven't filled out a government form in 4 decades.
So what do you self-identify as, John?
I know that I am Cherokee and Chickasaw and Manx. My name Cashin is Manx from the Isle of Man.
So you're not black. You're not black.
My birth certificate says mother Negro, father Negro.
All right, because I could have sworn you look like Sinbad to me, bro.
As an Indian, then, right?
What?
I say they never recognize you to be an Indian person because they put your birth certificate black and black.
Exactly.
No, they legislated us from colored to Negro to African American.
No, John, I'm telling you.
Let me land. I know what he's asking, but I'm answering all the way around so he'll fully understand. Okay? Now, Negro means what? Absolutely nothing.
Black.
I wish I had my laptop and I could post some of the South Carolina laws and stuff where they don't want you to know your tribes. So you cannot claim the land. So you cannot claim to be part of the 400-something treaties that the U.S. government signed with our tribesmen. We are black Americans, literally. Even though American, it should be American or something else, but it's not named after Amerigo Vespucci. That's another lie.
So our ancestors weren't shipped over on slave ships as well?
I can't speak for you, Kashta Zulu. I can't speak for you. I know mine. I don't know yours.
So in Liberia, you probably won't be considered black, and you probably won't be eligible for citizenship because I don't think. And that's that.
I don't know. This is why I want to sit down and look George Way and his Jamaican-born wife one-on-one. I don't know what they would call me.
But they're saying that you claim to be Native American. So how can that?
I didn't. He asked me, "What do I fill out on the forms?" I didn't get a chance to answer the question. It's more sophisticated than this. This is what I'm saying. Okay, if it wasn't for the Maroons in the Caribbean, our first country, 1804, Haiti, wouldn't have become free from all of this European BS, right? And even they laid down the law and said no white man can become a citizen. Well, no French is what they said originally in 1804. Now, Liberia went through a similar thing 43 years later, right? But remember, the American Colonization Society founded Liberia in 1822. That was us, with the assistance of the U.S. government, because they didn't want us. And they knew from 1808 they couldn't import slaves anymore, but they were still holding slaves. So we got to make the best of what laws we do have. And to me, the strongest thing we have in the United States is our 400 some odd constitutions that they didn't follow. And we can take over land county by county, state by state here. We got the eastern half of Oklahoma 2 years ago. I don't know if y'all are aware of that. And we're supposed to have a representative from the Cherokee Nation sitting in Congress since 2021.
Did they hand that over to y'all, or did y'all fight and take that?
Are you talking about the Supreme Court decision in July of 2020? What are you asking me?
The eastern half of Oklahoma. Did they hand that over to y'all, or did y'all
fight? It's a U.S. Supreme Court decision on 2 cases. Look it up.
Do you have those
Right.
rights? The rights the Cherokees have?
The Cherokees, the Seminoles, the Creeks or Muskogee, the Chickasaws, 5 tribes,
And the Choctaw. You forgot the Choctaw.
and the Choctaw. Yeah. All 5 of them own nation land in eastern, what used to be the state of Oklahoma, formerly Indian Territory.
No, John, I think they're
Yes.
asking, do you have your tribal rights?
Well, let me put it this way. The tribal office for the Echota Cherokee, since you've asked, which was near Coleman, Alabama, near where Candy Staten still is alive, by the way. She's one of us. You know her, right?
No, John, I want to stick on the topic.
Anyway, the Echota Cherokee tribe, they required you to have a social security number to be recognized as a tribe member. So I didn't even fill out the form of my tribe. But the white tribal members were running the tribal office at the time. Now the husband was sued for divorce by the woman who was the so-called co-chief of the tribe, and she won the case. And they had a lot of land from Alabama awarded to them. These white folks came and infiltrated our tribe and took the land under their possession. Now they're considered a fraudulent tribe, and they're not recognized by the Cherokees nation in either North Carolina or Oklahoma, what was Oklahoma anyway, right now.
John, if you don't mind,
They're the $5 Indians on the Dawes rules. They're not us.
You're leading us down the wrong path on this conversation, John.
I'm trying to you ask me what I identify as, sir.
John.
Do you want me to give you the truthful answers or not? On paper.
Either you're
Black African or Native American. All we want to know.
John, this conversation is not about American history. This conversation.
I know that, but he asked me a question about how I identify myself and whether or not I would be identified as a black or a Negro, even though my birth certificate says mother Negro, father Negro. I thought that was the end of the conversation.
Okay. So you're black.
But since you asked further what I identify as, excuse me, I was asked a question, and I'm trying to answer it. That's all. Sorry.
Okay.
Elvis, or whatever. But I was asked a question, and it felt like a challenge. He doesn't know the depth of what I really know about myself, so I was trying to reveal it. Anyway,
John,
next, go on.
If you would just excuse me for 1 second.
Yes.
You see, guys, that's why I told you it is always good to listen before you speak. John,
I was asked a question, sir, and I was answering, and I was being interrupted. So I'm supposed to speak. He's supposed to listen.
John, please hold on 1
Anyway,
second.
next.
If we had listened carefully without interrupting John, he was driving the plane.
There's more to it, but go ahead.
Liberia. But now this whole conversation has been diverted. It's not become like why race.
I agree. But since I was asked the question, I was trying to be complete in answering.
And this is not
Let's
a
move
conversation here. So, John, can we just get back to Liberia? And
yes, since I was challenged to whether or not I could be a citizen of Liberia, I had to answer the question. Otherwise, let me get off. If y'all think I shouldn't be a Liberian, let me
No.
Nobody is saying that. I thought about it.
They say you can't have it two ways.
Listen, because it doesn't extend citizenship to non-Negroes. That's the point that I was trying to get at. That's why I asked that question. Because if you don't have,
my birth certificate says mother Negro, father Negro. Do you have any other questions?
But they misidentified you as a Negro. Is what
my
you're
birth
saying.
certificate says that. Do you have any other questions?
But it's a misidentification.
My government issued birth certificate, which I'm not proud of, by the way.
Let us speak like we are aware of what is ongoing in Liberia right now. There is a bill.
Okay, good. I think we need to sit down with George Way and his Jamaican-born wife. Do all of you agree?
Why you keep emphasizing on his Jamaican-born wife? Is that a bad thing? She's black?
Because she's not from there, and she is a citizen and the first lady of our Republic of Liberia. That's why
she's black. She has that right to be our first lady. She has the right. She wants to become a citizen. She could be a citizen of Liberia. She has Negro descent.
She is a citizen of Liberia anyway.
Her rights to. So for someone,
should we not talk to her and only talk to George? We
For
should leave the
someone
women out of this.
is a bit more ambiguous. We have to know who you are. If you are of European descent, you have no right to be a citizen of Liberia. If you're a person of Negro descent, then all rights should be given to you if you naturalize yourself to be a Liberian citizen. Is that simple. The law says.
Elvis, where are you from? Let me just ask you, where are you from?
He's from Liberia.
I'm from
Hey,
Liberia.
Elvis, where are you
Elvis
from?
American.
Liberia.
You were
hey,
born in Liberia?
Yes, I was born in Liberia, born and raised. Well, mostly born and
You
partially.
was born there. You was raised in the States. Stop lying out your neck.
That's what I said. I was born there and I was partially raised there.
Yeah, you finna fix your mouth to lie, bro. Don't do
Elvis,
that.
where are you now?
okay.
Where in the U.S. of A are you now?
Minnesota.
Where?
Minnesota, as we'll call it.
Minnesota.
Yeah.
That's another one of our nations Paleface took from us. Okay.
Mr. John,
you
wait,
Native
hold on.
American, bro.
Wait, hold on.
You're a Native American, bro.
Wait. Zulu, 1 second. Mr. John, let's get back to the group economics that we were speaking about, because you're making some valid points at that time, and I think we should actually be moving forward and not do this. I agree.
Exactly.
And so go ahead. I wanted to buttress your point, but I apologize, because obviously from me interjecting, it has not gone down this silly road, which we don't necessarily need now. I'm sorry about that. So I have to take it upon myself to bring us back to the topic, since I was the one that digressed. Yes. So let's talk about group economics and how the African American community.
So now, it is better.
Yes. Thank you.
On that point, it is better they come to us instead of the World Bank and the IMF and the Bank for International Settlements and the EU and all the other Caucasian-controlled financial entities that are basically fraudulent anyway. Am I right?
Now, John, how much money do you think the African American community will actually invest into Liberia?
I don't know, but let's go back to the 1847 Liberian silver dollar. Let's start there. Official money in the Republic of Liberia is $1 of silver, identical to the United States dollar. Am I correct, gentlemen and lady, if she's still here?
You come better off getting with the Chinese.
We're not talking about the Chinese. We're talking about the Liberian Constitution and what a Liberian dollar is. Is it not a silver 0.77 troy ounce of silver, 90% fine? In the law, sirs.
Well,
Hello? Does anybody here understand the Liberian Constitution?
I think you make a point about a lot of Liberians are familiar with using the U.S. dollar as the Liberian currency.
Whoa. U.S. dollar or the Federal Reserve accounting unit dollar, the fraud? Which dollar are you talking about?
Well, we won't get into conspiracies and all of that.
No. We're talking about the Liberian Constitution and what lawful money of the Republic of Liberia is since 1847, which is a piece of silver. That's what we're talking about. We're not talking about conspiracies here. We're talking about the law of the Republic of Liberia. Sir.
So it's not the same constitution as before.
Okay, Elvis, tell me what the law says the official currency of Liberia is.
We have a bank, and they make our monetary policy. So whatever that bank says, I'm not
talking about policy.
Monetary policy would be.
I'm talking about the definition of a Liberian dollar, sir.
Policies in Liberia.
What?
The Central Bank of Liberia has the authority to make monetary policies in Liberia. So
I'm not talking about policy right now, sir. What is a Liberian dollar? That's my question to you, Elvis.
Let's just get the definition.
We have what we call the liberty or the Liberian dollar, right?
Okay,
the Liberian 1847 dollar is a piece of silver. It's not a piece of paper.
I'll give more time to you. Maybe you can speak on this more.
Elvis, let me answer his question.
I think you need to go find out.
John.
Next.
John, what we're discussing here is we are not talking about what type of currency Liberia had in the past. Because we all know Liberia were involved also in barter trade. And you know what barter trade is, right?
Yes.
Okay,
but
so
we're not Liberian dollar.
We're not talking about, we are not
in
talking
the law.
about,
and I don't think we should break that law.
Okay,
as
hold on.
honorable citizens or citizens to be of the Republic of our Republic of Liberia.
I
Things
agree.
need to change
I like
some
the
time
way you
ago.
say. I like the way when you say our Republic of Liberia,
Yes,
because
it is ours.
Liberia as a
The whole
whole,
Negro
Liberia
race, but I don't know what a Negro is since the
My
Spanish
Raleigh
invented
point
that
is
term.
look,
But
a
yeah, the
Negro
whole
is a black
Negro
person.
John.
A Negro is a black person, non-native.
a black-blooded person of Jamaica, Brazil, Peru.
Negro means is negro. It means black. So when they're talking about Negro, they're talking about
Yes,
people of black
yes,
descent, usually African descent.
melanated people. Yes, I'm
All
trying
right,
to get away from that.
all right.
Let's
Wait,
move
wait.
on.
Let me say this, gentlemen. With the Constitution of Liberia emphasizing Negro, I don't think in the era we are, I don't think our phrase is actually appropriate. Because let's remember, the foreign aid that go to Liberia do not come from only Negro countries. White people pay taxes. Let me finish, Elvis, now I will let you come in, brother.
It's just a description.
People in other countries that are white nations, they pay taxes to the government, and the government give aid to Liberia. So to have a country where you say the only people that can be citizens for this country, you have to be black, I think it's a little bit discriminatory. And if we want to talk about racism and discrimination around the world, there should be no exception. Liberia is not an exception. That's why
Sometimes you need affirmative action, though.
Let me finish, brother Theo. That's why when President George Weah got elected, he emphasized that Liberia need to change that law where we can pass a dual citizenship that everyone who strongly believe in high interest and love for Liberia can become Liberian citizen. If I listen to John, I can tell his interest. I can tell that he loves Liberia. He want to be called Liberians. I can tell he want to be called Liberian.
Let him speak for himself. Ask him that question and let him answer. You can't put.
Yeah, but I can clearly see where he's going because he keeps saying our country, Liberia. That means he loves Liberia. He wants to be called Liberian. So there's a bill that is being debated.
Elvis, just mute. Let the brother finish. Elvis, man, bro.
Yeah.
You ain't gonna be the second caller on this panel, man. Just mute. Let the brothers finish. Yeah. All right, go ahead.
Travis is a cool guy. He's not calm.
He's cool.
There's a bill being debated right now about dual citizenship. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm a full block born Liberian, just like Elvis and a group of people who consider themselves Liberian. And I do not favor only black people to be citizens for Liberia. Even the Lebanese control our economy. I want the Lebanese to be citizens. I do. I strongly believe in that. And let me tell you this. I'm not just on the panel speaking as an ordinary Liberian who expressing a view. Am I expressing the view of the organization that I'm part of, but I'm also a board member for ULI. If you know about ULI,
you can't go to Lebanon and become a citizen.
It is, but I'm not speaking as a ULI board member right now. But I just say that we need to find a way to move Liberia forward.
Yes.
We need to move Liberia forward. So if we have,
and I would like to continue where I was.
Willing to invest in Liberia, we should give them the opportunity to be citizens of the country.
All right, Chokam, you've landed your point with this citizenship. Mr. John, you can continue with your submission. And if you check the private chat, I put a link there. I think what we need to do is establish an international global Black sovereign institution. So I put a link of the introductory video in the private chat. So you guys, you can click on that and then look at what I'm trying to do. I need a lot of more people like yourselves because yes, Nigerian diaspora, 20 million of them send like in the last 10 years, almost 100 billion US dollars into Nigeria. However, 70% is for consumption. So obviously we African Americans will be talking about a 1.3 trillion, or is it 1.7 trillion US dollars spending power? But technically, it is about investment. It is about the infrastructure development. And that's what I think will be a major concern. It has to be a collective effort, people pulling resources together to actually implement it than, going to individuals and trying to raise, money, because it won't work. It'll kind of be like the Chinese model, but a proper Black model by Dr. Claude Anderson. Dr. Claude Anderson's group
I've met
economics
Claude.
models, but on a global, yeah, but on a global scale. So go ahead, Mr. John, and please do click on that. I also want Dynast to also get on board as well. Go
Yeah, I
ahead
think
with
he's
your
making
submission.
some lunch for us or something. But anyway,
Hey, can I ask a question? Hello?
go ahead.
Can you write it down and let Mr. John just make his submission, Theo, and then you ask your question if that's okay.
Yeah, I just chatted my email address to you guys, john.cashin@icloud.com.
Well, I wanted to ask a question out loud, actually, if that's
Go on,
okay.
Theo. Go on, Theo.
Okay. So looking at Cuba, right? And I hate to compare Africa to another any country in Africa to another nation not in Africa, but when you look at Cuba and you look how Cuba survives, right? They educate their population. They invest heavily in the people, training the people. The people become valuable through training. Then those people actually travel outside of Cuba, earn a wage, and send money back, contribute to the nation of Cuba.
The best
Maybe that's
medical
a better
doctors
way
on the
forward.
planet per
Maybe that's a
capita.
better way forward. Hello?
Yeah, the best
Maybe
medical
something
doctors
like that.
per capita on the planet. Yes, go on.
Yeah, maybe something like that is a better way forward than depending on people who do not have a vested interest in Liberia, depending on them to actually loan money to, like, especially if you're talking about getting people to collectively come together, the diaspora, to collectively come together and agree on how money should be invested and where it should be invested. There are so many divided interests amongst the diasporians that would be hard. To me, the best way forward would be for Liberia to start investing in the people, training the people, so the people can contribute to the country of Liberia while they're in Liberia, and then they can go outside of Liberia and earn money that they can actually lend to,
Okay, Theo,
or give
great.
to the country.
Great. Theo, where are you, by the way?
I'm in the United States of America.
Which what county of which state? Let me say that.
Virginia.
County?
You know what? I'm here working, so I'm not even sure what county this is.
Okay, but you're from Virginia.
No, I'm not from Virginia. I'm from Florida.
Florida. Are you Seminole?
Yeah. No, I'm African American, Negro.
Can you trace yourself back to prior to slavery in Florida?
So I trace that. It's interesting you asked that. I was on ancestry.com. I know everybody doesn't use that, but I've been using it for a while, did the DNA test, but I was on there last night, and it updates periodically and kind of gives you more in-depth information. So as far as I could go back, a lot of my great-grandparents come from either northern Florida or Georgia.
Hey, Theo, hold on one second. Hey, Theo, guess where I'm from? I'm from Turtle Island, and I'm an Olmec.
Well, yeah, and when I say from, I mean, of course, we're talking about that's where they were enslaved.
Theo, I am an Olmec from Turtle Island.
Right. No, I get you. I don't subscribe to none of that, brother. I mean, my people were enslaved in the South of the United States, but I strongly believe, I did the DNA test, and 80+% of my DNA is African, with some of it being Portuguese.
Hold on, Theo. Where are the slave ships? Where are they? Where are the slave ships? The slave trade.
I got it. Man, listen, man. I've heard it all, Dynast. I know it. Man, it's ridiculous. It's an identity crisis, brother. And we've heard it all by now.
Where are the slave ships, Theo? Where are the slave ships? Where are they? Where are they?
Oh, man, you wildin'.
Where are the slave ships, Theo?
Okay, Theo, we've heard
I don't
your
know,
point
brother.
on Liberia. Can I go on now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Now, to buttress your point, yeah, Liberia can invest in their people like Cuba. Yeah. But what about all the doctors, PhDs, scientists, computer scientists, artisans, everything that are already existing that don't have to go get the training? They can just get a Liberian passport for $100. All over the planet, for that matter. You forgot about that, right?
What
Yeah,
was
that's
that?
a good policy. That's one small little policy that could help once we get it going and say, yeah, you need to send a minimum of 1,000 out on Liberian sponsored government scholarships to the best white European universities in the world instead of building up one in Monrovia. Oh, okay. Where do we really go with that? And some people, like you maybe, would say, well, I'm not giving my $10 million inheritance to Liberia because they're not educating, and that's what I'm stipulating you must do according to my will and testament. Okay, Theo, great. Do it, bro. No problem. But we can work faster than that. That's all I got to say. In addition. All right. Good idea. Great. But Cuba had to do that. And it's a black country, 80% black.
Yeah, that's true.
Now, back to where I was.
They were compelled.
Okay. Thanks to your alphabet soups over here and others. But anyway, I was trying to emphasize the 1847 Liberian silver dollar, which was issued by Liberia, not the United States. When you took the silver out of your ground in Liberia and put it in the form of a 0.77 troy ounce, identical to the United States silver dollar that's been existing since April 2nd, 1792 in the law, and after your partially black first Secretary of the Treasury, Alexander Hamilton, who was from St. Kitts and Nevis, but went to King's College, now Columbia, and probably got slightly brainwashed. But nonetheless, he wrote a good establishment of the Mint report on February 28th, 1792, and submitted to the Congress. And that is the same identical definition that the country of Liberia adopted in 1847. It's not a conspiracy. I don't know who accused me of that, but that is the law. All right. Now, I would think if you make $1 million Federal Reserve note accounting unit dollars, which I call frauds, issued by a private corporation, 42% of the Class A stock owned by the Rothschild family and others. I'm not a fan of their paper money copyright. But when you have a silver dollar, or just call it an ounce if you don't want to call it a dollar, but at least it's a substance that came out of your ground, and the cost of labor is defined in what it costs to put it in that form of a 90% fine or more piece of silver. So now,
can I give you a problem with that?
What?
Can I state a problem with that?
There's a finite amount of silver.
Yeah, because what happens is you get a few people that monopolize the silver or the gold. Where they're talking about gold or silver, what happens with that is you end up with a few rich people who hoard all of these metals, right, and gain all control. So sometimes the fiat currency is actually better because when you have a democracy, right, it kind of gives you more control over the monetary process, policies.
Theo, where did you go to school?
In Florida.
Where did you learn monetary economics? Let me ask that question.
Seminole State College.
Seminole, interesting. My brother. My brother. Okay.
Hold on, 1 second, hold on. See, Theo, that's proof that you're a Seminole, Theo. That's proof. Seminole State College, Seminole, you're Seminole, Theo. Accepted, Theo. You are.
He's a
Seminole.
runaway.
You're a runner. You're Seminole, Theo.
From Alabama.
Theo,
Your top chief.
Theo, the slave trade happened in reverse. Where are the slave ships, Theo? Where are the slave ships?
I know,
Theo?
right? I know. I still just accept it.
Hold on, Theo, I'm not done yet. It's not a coincidence that you went to Seminole State College because you're a Seminole. Accepted. You're a Seminole. Accepted.
I'm running away from the tribe.
The more you dig, Holmes.
I'm done.
Cherokee is actually a derivative of the Aztecs language.
What's that?
Cherokee, my tribe, my main tribe in Alabama. Cherokee itself is related to the Aztec and the Mayan, phonetically and symbolically. Have you ever seen the Cherokee alphabet or any of the others for that matter? We're all related, Holmes. This is where it's going. Okay, and like I said, you learned it at Seminole College, how to use the white man's patented money. Okay, that's what you want. But unfortunately for you, though you're not a Liberian yet, to my knowledge.
You know, a lot of people hoarding silver and gold right now. So if you ever went to those metals as your primary currency, that would give so much power to England right now and Europe. It's ridiculous.
I disagree.
We're talking about metals that are already out of the ground, ready to go. Like,
you know about Rothschild.
I'm not talking about that. I don't think you understood. If we take our silver out of the ground, or we diasporians take silver to the country and say, I got all this powdered silver, turn it into Liberian silver dollars and keep 4% of the silver as my cost of converting it to a piece of silver, and a strike of the year 2022 bicentennial on it, and numismatically it's going to increase in value too, especially if you only issue 100 coins by the end of this year, and 1,000 coins next year, and 1,000,000 coins the third year. We're creating our own wealth without the banks, the international banksters involved, just on possessing that coin. And if you're foolish enough,
they'll flood society with all those metals and cause hyperinflation.
If you're foolish enough to convert it into paper and go back into their system, only their system, because to me, we're smart enough to use all the systems everywhere on the planet, because the planet is black in the first damn place, population-wise, or colored at least.
Hey, you remember Mansa Musa?
Yeah, the richest man on the planet.
Yeah, you know what happened when he unleashed all that gold across Africa?
Yeah, it dropped the value tremendously.
It caused inflation, right?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, so it's people right now hoarding. There's so many countries right now around the world.
But also, Theo, he killed people in order to acquire that wealth.
Well, yeah, I have no doubt that there's no virtue that he was the richest man on the earth.
It came at a cost that he was able to do that. He did finance a fleet of 17 or 20 odd ships to go to.
Yeah, he didn't build infrastructure in Africa.
Central America. He did do that too, amongst other things.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm familiar with Mansa Musa, which they call it by a different name. If you go to where he's from, they give you a different name, by the way. But yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. So I just don't think metals are the answer to the monetary issue. I think you have to invest in the people, and the people become valuable, right?
I agree with you, Theo. When you have
I mean, that's how America did it. America is valuable because of the education and the technology. Oh, okay.
10,000,000%. I'm trying to move on, Theo. I agreed with you.
Okay.
Do your part.
Sorry.
Go ahead, bro. Brother Seminole, go ahead. Don't forget Osceola, though. But go ahead.
I got you.
That's your part. Great.
Anyway, I just wanted to point that out. The flaw with the
we got you. We got you. Go ahead and do it. Get your Liberian passport, your Seminole passport. Go to Oklahoma and get your Seminole passport right now, bro. Why are you wasting your time? Because you have land there that you can go settle on and issue from your Seminole bank.
See, Theo,
your money right now. Why are you wasting your time?
Theo, you don't know your history, Theo. You Seminole. You don't know your history,
Man,
Theo.
Listen, I am not going to waste my time.
You have land in what was Oklahoma. Go to your nation and issue your passport to yourself.
Theo, you don't know.
Issue your currency from Seminole Nation yourself. Quit messing around, bro.
Yeah.
Then go to Liberia and help them out with your Seminole currency. Go ahead.
Because you're Seminole.
I don't know if we accept Seminole currency in Liberia.
It doesn't exist, but you're Seminole, so go do it. Since you know so much Malthusian paper money.
Well, let me say that was my opinion. In my opinion, let me say it like that.
Act on it. Act on it, bro. We need 100,000 more of you. You're just one.
Act on what?
Keep on, bro. I agree with you. So go ahead. Let's not do no armchair stuff anymore. Action, bro. That's what I have to say.
Preceded by ideas.
Great. Now act on it.
Okay.
I want to see your Seminole passport by this time next year, Theo. Is that a promise or a threat?
No, I will not waste my time messing with those folks. I am not Cherokee. I'm not
Oh,
Seminole.
where's your
I am not
sovereignty?
Native American. Those people are established.
Oh, you're not.
They've had a continuous.
I'm sorry. I misinterpreted your identity. I'm so sorry, bro.
Yeah.
So you're gonna get a Liberian passport, Theo?
I'm not Liberian either.
Are you going to get a Liberian passport? That was my question. That's a yes.
I don't see
no.
that hasn't been in my goals, my plan.
Okay, Theo. Oh, why are you on this chat group now? Let me hear it.
Just my 2 cents, brother.
Okay, but why are you here? Let me just ask you straightforward. Why are you here with us?
Oh, because I'm interested in Africa. I feel like as a Black person, the destiny of Africa or the destiny of every Black person is tied to the destiny of Africa as a whole. So that's what that boils down to.
Okay, so you figured that out. Something I figured out 50 years ago.
As an African American Negro, not a Native American.
African American
not
Negro.
Cherokee.
I'm sorry, but I am Cherokee and Chickasaw on one side of the family alone. So I'm not going to get rid of that proud identity of our Black warrior.
No, I wouldn't ask you to. I think we have to do more to respect. We have to do more to respect those who identify as Native American. To be honest with you, you know, I think we too often, nothing wrong with having open arms, but we misidentify people who try to tell us that they're other, right? And we try to force them into where we are, and we don't all share the same interests, you know.
Fine.
So
I'm not going to change my narrative. I know who I am. I know what I am. I'm not hiding it.
Right, and I respect that.
Good.
I respect that. Because if you went to Liberia, you'd probably be treated as well as the Lebanese, to be honest with you, amongst the Lebanese.
I don't know about that, bro, because I've had some very ugly things go on with the Lebanese, and the same families are running all of West Africa, all the way to Nigeria, and even into Cameroon. I know who those people are. They've been middlemaning us for over 200 years.
Some of us can't play that game.
What?
No, some of us can't play that game. I mean, some of us, when we show up dark skin, right? And that's the antithesis of how we're treated in the world. You know, whether we show up in China, whether we show up if you show up in the Middle East, I mean, you're not necessarily going to be looked at right off the hand as a Black man. If you go to China, same thing. So
I know I've been through that even in Nigeria for over 30 years.
The operative issue with being Black is being Black. It's not just the title. It's how you show up and how people treat you when you show up. So the discrimination and racism is real. We can't change our names. We can't change our names and just blend into another culture. We show up Black. Yes.
Theo, have you ever been to Africa?
So we can't claim to be Cherokee because guess what? When we arrive anywhere, on a reservation or anywhere else, we're gonna be seen as Black. We can't play those games. We don't have that luxury.
I'm not playing no games though, Theo. But have you ever been to Africa?
Excuse me for saying game. Excuse me for saying game.
Theo,
I don't mean it in a literal sense.
have you ever been to Africa? Theo, have you ever been to Africa?
No, I haven't.
Do you have a U.S. passport?
Yes.
Where have you traveled to outside of the United Snakes of America?
Europe, the Middle East, the Caribbean.
Middle East. I used to live in Turks and Caicos Islands, by the way. Where in the Caribbean have you lived or been to?
Bahamas. I haven't lived. I've lived in the Middle East and Europe.
Middle East where?
Theo, where in the Middle East?
As a Black man who's lived outside of the U.S. in Europe, lived 5 years in Europe as an adult, 3 years in the Middle East. I can tell you, you show up Black. It doesn't matter if you're African, what your last name is. When you show up Black, you're Black.
We know that.
Where in the Middle East did you live? Where in the Middle East did you live?
Qatar and Bahrain.
Okay, all right, okay. It would be interesting if you were in Israel or Saudi Arabia or Egypt. It would have been a bit not Egypt,
Theo,
Israel or Saudi.
What's that?
Egypt in the Middle East, Theo?
I would consider it Africa. That's Northern Africa. I mean, culturally, I mean, you know, linguistically, they share a lot in common with Middle Eastern countries, you know, the Arabic and the religion and even to a large degree genetically, you know. So it's
Is
not
Saudi
black and white,
Arabia
literally, right?
is Saudi Arabia in Africa?
Some would say historically.
It is, you said?
Right now, Saudi Arabia is its own country that determines its destiny.
Okay,
And right
that's
now, the
political sovereignty,
okay.
but you know by
So for all
definition,
intents and purposes, we're talking about all
it's
intents
physically
and
in
purposes.
Africa.
It's not about the past and all. For all intents and purposes,
Theo,
Saudi Arabia is the Middle East. Yes.
Right. Okay, Theo. Listen, right. So
I had to get
all
an
of
idea
this.
where your mentality was on that, so I know
Yeah,
now.
Mr. John, listen to this, right?
Yeah.
Do you have you not noticed that there's always this distraction in conversations when we're trying to move
I've
forward?
noticed that, and I know how to
I
keep
have
that.
done the same thing
I
for
know
the
that,
last
bro.
10 years, especially when that's why I love African Americans who have been on the continent, who like really know, like, but
we
once
can't be
it's
played
with,
on both sides of the water.
do you
You're
understand?
right.
Once it's with like African Americans who have never been on the continent,
yes,
the conversation is always distracted. It's
I
just
understand,
distracting.
bro. Believe me.
So
Believe me.
So
Like
we have to get back to the group economics.
Dropped
Yeah,
off
yeah,
of
yeah,
this.
yeah. Please
We
do.
have
I
to
mean,
get,
I was just answering the questions, but
yeah,
I didn't
okay.
mean
So
for it to go
we
into all
have
of that.
to listen, Phil. We have to get back to the group economics. There's this
Listen,
guy.
brother, I did
I don't
not
know.
mean to go into all of that, but I was answering the questions as they was
Yeah,
asked. And
I
trying
understand.
to,
I understand. Like, there's this guy, this handle. I don't know if it's a guy or a woman. Is dark skinned Drake in the comment section. So when he mentioned, hey, we should do a global group economic institution, he goes in a comment like, Africans always begging. Now, I had to remind him that, listen, 39 years ago, the first ever capital of an capital of an African continent was built, Abuja, Nigeria. 39 years ago, not a cent came from African Americans. For the last 10 years, approximately 20 million Nigerian diasporans, right, have sent approximately 100 billion US dollars into the Nigerian economy. Not a single cent came from African Americans. So this whole idea, look, Africa is good with or without your money, but for geopolitical reasons, because you can be used against the African continent. That's a fact. And because of that, we're saying, hey, you know what? We want to give you access to what you don't have, natural resources. We're looking at human capital development. What is the transfer of technology? What are you going to be able to innovate? That is more key, because if you look at the 100 innovations of Black Americans, African Americans, right? They don't own those patents today. It'll be a different thing if you had all that done outside of America and be able to control the entire economic, what it's called, ecosystem. That means you are buying Black, producing and manufacturing. That's not happening. And you're influencing right now on the around the world, African countries, Caribbean countries. In the 90s, they didn't know, majority of African people did not know what Gucci, Prada, Louis Vuitton was in the 90s. Until American celebrities started rocking it, and now you are seeing them buying these brands because what? That is a symbol of success, and they got that from y'all. And so now, even to redefine the thinking to, hey, group economics, it's a hard task at this point. Because now we have to now say, hey, these companies do not employ our people, even the African Americans. They don't even employ y'all that are actually promoting these brands. So therefore, let's build our own. That's where our conversation should be. That's moving forward. The Chinese, in 20 years ago, the Chinese got into the African market. Their economy is doing well. 20 years ago, there was not a single Chinese brand that was global. They were doing knockoffs. Look at them now.
But you know what they did?
Wait. You see, this is the problem here. You want to tell me what they did, and I'm telling you how they got there.
Well, how? That's what I mean. That's what I'm saying. The Chinese.
Listen, right? First things first, let something be clear. The way they got their manufacturing up and running was from the deindustrialization of the city center neighborhoods of Black America.
Okay.
All of that was white people transferring all those jobs because of the labor unions and shit, transferring all those jobs to China. They couldn't take it.
Skills.
Yeah,
right?
They couldn't take it. They couldn't take it to the African continent because why? The African continent had the natural resources. So, I mean, if I'm now having all the technology and I can be able to manufacture and utilize my natural resources, so that means I will set the actual prices, and then you guys are actually the middlemen, so I'll cut you off. They knew that. The next best thing was India, China, but they chose China. They didn't go for India because of what India did, with India and the British issue.
China had a lot of stability too, a lot of law and order.
Yeah,
the Communist Party did a great job.
No, wait.
Yeah.
Theo, that's a myth. China had an entire opioid addiction issue.
Well, we're talking about after the fact. After that.
So
we're talking about
that was. Listen, right? When they're about to implement a policy like that, like the global elites, right? They first start with trying to clean up the country. It's not like they'll just wake up one day and say, "Hey, we're going to implement it." It will take like 2, 3, 5 years, and then eventually they'll implement it. So in that 2, 3, 5 years, I mean, you can look at your own experience as African Americans when all those jobs in the inner cities, all those factories were shut down. It did not happen overnight. It took years. Them saying, "Oh, no," and then eventually, all those jobs left. So it's the same when they're implementing their policies around the world. So you guys need to also understand, in geopolitics, you have to look at it from an African American experience. What has happened to us and how it led, and see the implementation they did to you, and see how they did it in the other countries, and how it was systematic, in the sense that, hey, we're shutting the African American because they're building all these Tulsa, Oklahoma cities and all these black cities. We'll shut all of this inner city manufacturing down, and all this because of the labor unions and all of it, and we'll take it to China because the Chinese.
Can I continue, bro? Can I continue?
Yeah, so you need to look at all of that as well. Go ahead, Mr. John. I just wanted to break that down.
I just began. I got a long way to go.
Yeah,
but
go ahead.
I'm going to be able to say it all anyway on this one, but since I was asked to sit in here anyway, if we're issuing our own non-fiat currency, if you brothers and sisters want to deal with valueless paper, go ahead. If you want to deal with toilet paper, go ahead. But an ounce is an ounce is an ounce will always be an ounce 10,000 years from now. Don't forget that. An ounce doesn't devalue to be less than an ounce. Maybe in relation to gold to silver, it'll be traded higher or lower. But don't forget, the law of the United States of America and Liberia says $1 is a piece of silver till date.
But isn't
the
the
U.S.
value
Constitution,
whatever you make it, though?
Well, that's up to you. You can trade and barter anything. You can sell your ass and prostitute it if you want to. Right. You have that right to be a fool with your money. You do. So go right ahead, bro. But you should have the option to have real property in your possession.
Absolutely. What makes silver so valuable?
I didn't say it was valuable. I just said it's a medium of exchange that you can't fraudulently change.
You can.
Well, I mean, people do it though. People actually have done it though.
No,
right?
Oh, you can change gold to something other than gold.
No, you can.
You can actually have fools. They call it fool's gold, right? And unless you have
you don't know what gold is. If you don't hold gold in your hand and never touch it, you don't know what it is. But once you know,
the average person can be fooled. The average person can be fooled even if you've been wearing gold.
You
right?
guys missing the point. What he's
Yeah,
saying
wording is different,
it has a
but when
certain
you
value.
But
know
then there's the
what an
quantity
ounce
of
of
gold.
gold feels like in your hand, and you know the weight, you cannot be faked again, bro. Once you
No,
know
but
what it is.
you can change the percentage of gold. You can manipulate the metal.
Theo, can you guys mute so that Mr. John finishes, please? And Mr. John, remember the ECHO, the West African single currency? Remember the
The
African
one that
dinar
Uncle
backed by
Muammar
gold?
Gaddafi announced, the dinar, and your
Yes,
brother,
that was
your
that.
half
And then
brother,
also,
your half
and
brother, POTUS 44, and his Secretary of State Hillary Clinton and NATO took out, because that was the main reason they took him out.
yeah,
Yeah.
and remember what happened with West African ECOWAS announcing a single currency that would unite
Yeah, but
West Africa?
it wasn't a piece of silver or gold. It was another piece of paper that the French primarily would have regulated, as they're doing today.
No,
And
no, no,
extracting
no.
half
Mr.
a
John, wait,
trillion euros or dollars
Mr.
is still
John,
right
Mr.
now
John,
per annum.
Mr.
The
John, that
French alone
wasn't really
alone.
Mr. John, that wasn't really the case. That is why
It
France.
is the case.
Wait. No, let me tell you what happened.
Is.
Can you remember that they were supposed to announce it, I think, December 2019 or something, and then Macron specifically called the Francophone country. Yeah, Macron, this current president of France, specifically called.
Whose party just got trampled in the election. Yeah.
Yeah. And
remember, he's a bankster. He's a bankster that was put up in there.
Yeah.
So, with his pedophilic, victimized ass. Yeah.
Yeah. Can you remember that? Can you remember the December? Wait, Sha. Can you remember the December? And he called all the Francophone countries and said they're gonna do a new economic type of deal and currency from the CFA, but they'll call it the ECHO, the same name that West Africa.
Whatever. It'll be to their.
Remember
French
that,
advantage.
right?
Yeah.
But do you know why he actually had to take that drastic step? Because on paper, West Africans were saying, "Oh, it's just gonna be a normal currency," but the actual behind the scenes, Mr. John, when it comes to Africa, you must be as secret as ever. Behind the scenes, they were like, "Oh, we're gonna back it with resources," but on paper, it was just going to be a currency, and that's why Macron had to move swiftly to create that. And then they're now back and forth about how they will establish the West African
Okay, here's
currency.
another event
So go ahead. I just wanted to state that.
Let me jump in real quick, guys. I haven't said
France
anything. Let
is
me just
extracting $500 billion a year from Francophone alone out of Africa.
Yeah.
Without that, France collapse.
Yeah.
Africa will be in charge, Holmes. We got to turn the tables.
Right, John. But listen to this. This also happened at a time when that sister was fired from the UN because she made that
called
announcement.
them out.
Yeah. What Dr. Arikana. Right.
So check
she was
it out,
the representative of the African Union. It was not the UN, it was the African Union to America.
Yes. So, but check it out though. So France tried to make a statement that we're.
Cha, we can't hear you.
Oh, my bad. So, right, you're right. So, France a year ago, or maybe a little more than a year ago, they made a big announcement that we will no longer be, getting this. They tried to downplay it and say it was only 14 million or something like that of the Federal Reserves, keeping the Federal Reserves of these 11 countries or however many countries. They won't be keeping that for those countries as of a year and something ago, which is some bullshit because they're still doing it. So all of these things are the hidden things that are going on. All those things are hidden things that are going on behind the scene, but in actuality,
you heard what Kigali did to the French in East Africa, right? Rwanda. He kicked them out and banned French to be taught or even considered in the country.
That's
because he knows they're more than wishy-washy. They're treacherous.
Yeah, but I mean that's good. But I mean there's more. There's I think bigger things and more important things that should be done in terms of having control of the natural resources. they should be
Yeah,
working with
starting
Congo,
with
Uganda,
issuing
and
a natural
Rwanda should be
resource
working with Congo.
currency in the form of an ounce of silver and an ounce of gold.
Right, that's fine. I think that that's a stable
Because
form
now
of
you cannot be
money.
cheated.
Yeah,
If
I
you
think
want to
it,
do
but
a $200 million oil lift on a letter of credit out of Nigeria, it's fraud. They're stealing it because they don't issuing any bank money. They're issuing digital currency to steal your best crude in the world, and then they go refine it and multiply it by 16 times, taking it into a refinery. They're just stealing it.
But as long as you agree on that digital currency and it spins and it has a value and everybody is going along with their fiat currency, whether it be digital or paper, at the end of the day, if you change that, that's an act of war.
So let
That's an
check
act of
this
war.
out.
You're right. It's an economic war.
So
Army.
look at the reality
And
though.
boy,
Look at
do
the
they have
reality.
the upper hand. They don't need nuclear bombs.
Here's
They're
the
telling you
reality.
what your currency is worth as long as it's paper, because they own the patent on paper currency. We got to get out
but
of
here's
that
the
game.
reality. Here's the reality, Mr. John.
Yep.
Look at those countries that have been selling oil for dollar. If you go back 50 years, they weren't developed. They were, some people, quote unquote, backwater. You know, wild countries in the desert. I mean, maybe a little more than 50 years. For some of them, even 20 years. They weren't developed. Look how well developed they are today. Look how educated their
Abu
people are. Look how
Dhabi.
mobile their people are. So you have to look at what the reality. You can call it a digital currency or whatever, but it has translated to real progress for these people.
Yeah, but do you know that
we
the
can't
Quran,
romanticize like gold and silver
Yeah,
and all of these?
Theo, I know the history. Let me lay it on you.
Okay.
Do you remember when the oil and gas crisis in the 70s happened?
Yeah.
I don't know if you're old enough to remember, but we look up the history of it. I'm 63, by the way, but anyway, I remember it well. Now, what happened? The Quran says that money is gold. The Bible says that money is silver and gold, but for peasant women, sometimes copper in their little scripts. The Arabs, they insisted that they keep paying the same amount of gold. After Tricky Dick Nixon and Henry Kissinger took the U.S. off the gold standard of Bretton Woods in 1969 and devalued the dollar, okay? They insisted, okay, whatever y'all doing, give us the same amount of gold, equivalent of gold. And that's why the prices went through the roof up until 1979. So they had to get those guys in another generation. And you know, in I don't know if you know, but in Islam, you're not supposed to have any kings. You're equal brothers under Allah. But they installed those monarchies over them to control them too and brought them into the system. The British mostly put all those kingdoms in place. So they went into the game and said, okay, since y'all are in the game and a certain amount of billions you're investing into U.S. Treasury bills and putting in the city of London, okay, you're in with us. All right. So we're going to enrich you, your kingdom class, and you keep your other citizens in check. So there's got to be some benefits to joining that.
What's the literacy rate though in the country? What's the life? What's the quality of life for the citizen? Any of those countries that have sold a lot of oil over the years, that have done business in dollars.
That's why they took your brother Umar Gaddafi out, because every single Libyan citizen was earning a oil royalty from the sales and the development.
But he was doing it in dollars. He never switched over to the gold before his time.
He had proposed a dinar gold currency for the whole continent. Theo, where have you been?
Right,
man?
but the progress happened under the status quo. I get what you're saying, what he proposed, but the progress for his country.
He did it.
Happened.
And you adopted it. They were fixing to implement it the following year. He did it.
Fixing to. That's what I'm saying. But his people were already getting quality education.
In the AU agreement, it is there.
I get it. I get what you're saying about what he proposed. But
he got rid of the fraud.
What I'm saying is, as
And
it
they had to take
stood,
them out. That's what it's about. Blackonomics. Why did they
Very
destroy
interesting.
Tulsa? Why did they put Gunnersville under the water? Our village in Central Park. If they would leave us the hell alone, we'd be fine.
But that ain't
But they're
gonna
gonna come back
happen.
and keep
So what
fucking
you
with
gonna
us
do?
unless we really have our shit
Right.
tight this
So
time.
what you gonna do? Because
The destiny is on our side. It's on
What you
our
gonna
side.
do?
We got to have our act together because it's
Right.
coming to it.
Right. So where's your army? Where's your military?
I'm not trying to go kill people. Are you?
No, I'm not saying you're trying to go kill people, but I'm saying you're dealing with warmongers. And this is the thing: is that little nation state y'all got in eastern Oklahoma and all the other nation states. You guys are in the land of Babylon, where
We don't have to be there if we understand how to trade amongst ourselves and buy black with real intrinsic value substance. We're okay.
Was
as long as we grow our own food, make our own damn underwear. If you
Was
listen
Tulsa,
to John
Oklahoma,
Henrik
and
Clark,
Rosewood okay? Because they were doing that.
yes. And the reason they really took out Tulsa, well, Gap Band's Black Wall Street, Little Africa it was called, was they started funding the white wildcatter oil drillers because Oklahoma had just become a state not too.
What about Rosewood?
Earlier.
What about a bunch of other communities that were destroyed because
Yeah,
of
but
their
let me finish on North Tulsa. Okay, the reason they took them out, they were funding the wildcatters, and Rockefeller and them said, "How the hell did they go fund? They didn't come to our banks. They didn't come to Chase. They didn't come to the Rockefeller banks to get that shit funded. Who did this shit? All them niggas over there in Little Africa, Black Wall Street. Well, goddamn it, we got to put a stop to this shit. It was Blackonomics." And they used U.S. postal aircraft to nitro them while they were going block to block under. It's a blackonomic warfare. That's what happened to us in Tulsa.
But the point is,
on Cherokee Nation land, which it is today.
Okay.
Tulsa is in Cherokee Nation.
And the point is,
Phillips Oil, Phillips 66, who I used to work for in Houston, their headquarters is Bartlesville, Oklahoma. It's in Cherokee Nation territory.
that means nothing at the end of the day when you
They
have a
were
situation.
so smart. Fresh Phillips was so smart. He took, they call him a half black, half Cherokee. They took him and sent him to Tuskegee to learn what to do. Then he came back and he was like the vice president of Phillips.
For Europeans, you're all
they were
niggas.
milking the oil from under for that white corporation to exist, and it's still there today.
The thing about it, my brother,
Blackonomics, we have to be watching, Holmes.
right? I agree
Because
with
they're
you.
going to come in. They're coming in where we are. Wherever our wealth is, they're going to suck it out of us until we wake up.
Right. So my thing is this: at the same time that we have to watch out black economics, right, is that we also need to give some energy into put energy into Africa, and Africa needs to quickly and intently unite itself and get its military together.
Who needs to do what?
First thing.
Whoa. Back up. I got to get this prelude to this military.
The efforts of the diaspora should be to secure Africa in terms of expertise, knowledge, information, and resources, money going in. Africa needs to pull itself together, unifying itself together, one central government, one army, our military, as quick as it can.
That's your dream.
Yeah, exactly. So usually this is the problem that happens when African Americans don't really understand the African continent. They're
each individual speaks for themselves, brother.
Yeah,
you gotta say it like that.
But it's something that if you're online, if you have had these conversations online for the last 10 years, this same type of
that's where I'm getting to. Yad,
yeah.
I don't know how to say your name. Yad.
Yeah, Edward, but
Edward. Okay, Edward. Where are you, by the way?
I'm Nigerian. I'm in the UK at the moment.
London?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, first of all, have you Sha, have you heard about the African Continental Free Trade Agreement area?
Yes.
Okay. It was launched last year.
Yeah, good move.
1st of January.
Nigeria signed on at the tail end, but yeah, they're in it.
Yeah, because of the manufacturing accident, they had this clause, this backdoor clause for non-Africans. So once that was rectified, they did that. Now it became active on the 1st of January 2021, right? Did you see it became active, right, on the 1st of January 2021? Did you see on the 7th of September 2021, that same year, did you see the first ever African Union and CARICOM virtual meeting that took place? Are you aware about this, Sha?
Yes, I'm aware of CARICOM and then in the Eastern.
No. I'm saying like the meeting between the African Union and CARICOM.
Yes.
Okay, you are aware about that meeting took place. Now, are you also aware about the African Standby Forces?
No.
Okay. So for the last
AFRICOM?
no, not AFRICOM. AFRICOM is an American bullshit.
That's right.
But, this is like an African Standby Forces by the African Union, where every economic bloc. So you see, the African continent has regional economic blocks. In West Africa is ECOWAS, in East Africa is East African Community, Central African Community, and then there's the Southern African Development Community. So these 4 blocks, and there's the northern ones, but the northern ones is predominantly Arabs. They're not really as active.
Mauritania left ECOWAS and went to the Arab League.
Yeah. So the standby forces
and Morocco wants to join ECOWAS after they failed to join the European Union. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah. So now, right, the African Standby Forces is of the African Union, where every region contributes soldiers and entire. When I mean every armies, so that's Navy, Air Force,
ECOMOG model, which was successful.
Yeah, so Air Force, Navy, Naval, as well as military army, right? And that will be like one force that would stabilize the continent. So there are several things happening. The African continent is not just sitting down saying, oh, the African continent does more action than speaks.
Okay, let's go back to Haile Selassie. Do you know who the head of his Imperial Air Force was?
In the Monrovia group. Go for it. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Do you know who the head of the Ethiopian Imperial Air Force against the Italians was and where he was from?
No, I'm not aware about that.
He was from Mississippi.
Okay, and even
Brown Condor.
Even when you get to that,
John C. Robinson, who founded the Tuskegee Airmen program when he got back. Actually, he started the aerospace program. He went over there and they only gave him 12 aircraft. They fought him off. So Ethiopia stayed intact. Then he came back and he was the grandfather of the Tuskegee Airmen program.
Yeah, if we're going to be speaking about the Italians, there's a battalion of Nigerians who actually crossed from West Africa to East Africa to fight against the Italians as reinforcements at the time. Most people don't even know that history. This is before Nigeria even became an independent country. Nigeria has given its blood, sweat, and tears and money.
They sure have.
Sacrifice for every region of the African continent.
If it wasn't for Nigeria, South Africa wouldn't have been free.
So a lot of times when you hear things like Nigeria, giant of Africa, it's not just rhetoric. It's based on blood, sweat, tears, and money.
Yeah, even ECOMOG, what they did for Liberia.
Yeah, Sierra Leone, even Gambia, and where else? Yeah, even the same thing in Central Africa, Angola, Congo, then Zimbabwe, South Africa. So
Nigeria was Nigeria.
It's good to hear the positive sides of this, and because a lot of times you hear everybody talking about the downfalls and what's wrong. hearing that is good because it reminds
Yeah.
us that there are other things that gives us a more balanced view. However, we've got to say that that is out of 100%, that might be what, 10 to 20% of goodness, and the 80% is dysfunction and confusion and all kind of negativisms.
Well, Shah, I've been saying, where do we go from here? We need to take the good, bad, and ugly and take most of the good and go forward. But you got to understand history to know where you were, where you are, and where you're going.
Absolutely.
And I think we got some core people that understand the game and how it's been played on us from every goddamn angle for at least 500 years, if not 2,000 years.
Right. We've got to go back to 2,500 years ago to really get a
good. That's why I mentioned it. Before the Ptolemies came into the Nile Valley. Yeah.
Right. Yep.
Them half-breeds who married their sisters and brothers and started corrupting us to the point that Queen Elizabeth is married to her second cousin today, and Queen Elizabeth I is married to her first cousin. And Queen Elizabeth's husband, late husband, his three sisters were married to three Nazi SS officers. So yeah, we're in trouble, buddies.
Yeah, but you know what? I always say that you can't control everything, and that time has a way of
No, we don't need to get into control. That's their game.
Wait. And guys, do you guys know, like, the only group of Black people in the world that are not in a global institution or organization with the African continent is actually African Americans? There is this organization. There's this institution called the African, Caribbean, and Pacific Islander Institution, which has CARICOM countries in there. There's obviously BRICS.
And they're mainly aligned with the EU. That's their strongest affiliation. Yeah, unfortunately.
I mean, and they have their own.
Wait, can I fit Theo 1 second?
Of course,
Brazil,
brother.
Russia, India, China, and South Africa. So that means the Afro-Latinos, based on the fact that Brazil has the largest population of people of African descent outside of the African continent, are in an institution, a global institution.
The Davidians in southern India are over 200 million also.
Yeah,
what about the Brazilians?
Yeah, but you know what I mean?
What
in
about
the Western
Brazil?
Hemisphere. Pardon?
What about Brazil?
250 million.
No, I mean
90 million in Brazil, right?
Are they within that?
More than that. More than that.
More than
the thing what they've done in Brazil is if you have any white blood, you're considered white. So that
are they within that institution though? That's my question.
Yes, they are in the institute. They're part of BRICS, right? So and
that
BRICS.
Is, oh, okay.
Yeah.
I thought you meant as descendants of Africans. I thought you meant exclusively.
Yeah. So
even though they are.
Yeah, Shah and Theo.
I mean, so you're saying America as a whole is not part of any institution aligned with Africa?
Any institution whatsoever. So for me right now, if you see the link I posted in the private chat, right? I'll post it again. It is practically saying, okay, if this is the case, then how can we now create a global institution exclusively based on global group economics between ourselves, exclusively for Black folks? And this, pardon?
So the G20, United Nations, none of that counts?
No. All those don't count. Has that helped any of us? Trust me. What I am now saying, listen, right? What I'm saying now is I posted it again in the private chats. So with that, you can actually see what it is. It's practically us specifically saying we're creating an institution that is solely for us, and we all have the different demographic groups of Black people around the world have veto power. So that means it's solely based on our individual and collective interests. And the foundation of this is global Black group economics. I did 90% of the research on this. And obviously, I didn't design the video. I had to pay for that and things like that. And I just want like-minded people that know they can pull resources together financially. And, there are people who we can meet in governments that can actually say, okay, we would be happy to host this event and be a part of the event. So there are several layers to it. And in that way, it's not a situation because sometimes African Americans would only want to target one country like Liberia, but like doing this now, a lot of your concerns, be it dual citizenship, passports, rights to own land, things like that, will be part of those type of programs because it's things that you have to roll out. There has to be several programs. The problem now is African Americans are wanting programs to be rolled out before they're putting the cart ahead of the horse before actually creating the institution. And if you listen to the virtual summit between the African Union and CARICOM, you can actually hear is it Barbados's prime minister when she said we need to.
That's my sister there, boy.
Yeah,
she's on fire.
She actually said we need to have this kind of event more often because that was the first ever. So imagine the African continent.
They kicked the queen out in January this year.
Yeah, 1st of January actively
Jamaica, wake
the
up.
African.
Jamaica.
At first establishes what's it called, the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. 1st of January 2021. By the 7th of September, they're already reaching out to CARICOM and say, oh yeah, the first ever virtual summit happened. So there is a momentum that has been building and has been progressing, but African Americans are not necessarily on the bandwagon yet. And I think that's what my concern is.
Are you speaking for me, sir? Sorry, sir.
I am speaking for everybody as a general. I am not speaking of no. You see, wait, Mr. John. Wait, Sha, wait, 1 second. Mr. John knows exactly what I'm saying.
I understand.
I am not. I am not wanting the individualism. Mr. John, that's the problem there. That individual approach to it. I'm looking at collectivism where we're all like, you see the difference, right? Because there's so many African Americans doing brilliant projects as individuals. But when it comes to collective, that's where we have a problem. So right now,
ADDI.
Even inside their own county and city limits.
Yeah,
you're right.
African Diaspora Development Institute, ADDI.
Yeah, and that is from Dr. Arikana. But you see what it is, right? That is, again, just an organization that can be part of the actual global institution. Just like the UNIA can be a part of the global institution, the Nation of Islam can be a part of the global institution. So do you understand? So these are all individual projects. They're not actually collective in the sense that in every different neighborhood that is predominantly Black, the institution actually has. Wait, listen to this, right?
Let me say this though about
can I land so you understand the concept? Because yeah. So in every Black community, you actually have the institution's physical buildings present that has diplomatic immunity. So that means that people can actually say, hey, after school, we need to go into this building and learn, this. And then there are programs they can go through for, say, 18 months and things of that nature. That would be very transparent. They would also be able to see on the ground what can be done. And things. Even if it was like, hey, this is what is available. This is what you can achieve. There has never been anything like that.
Okay, all right. So you made your point. We got your point. But here's the thing, though. You're not going to get a diplomatic immunity is different than independent. And
wait. Sorry. Shot. What can you start again? I don't know. There was a disruption. I think there's echo coming from somewhere.
I think that John's mic needs to be muted. That's what the problem. Or Theo, is your mic? Mute your mic, Theo.
Is it me?
I don't know if it's you, but
Yeah, can you mute your mic, Theo, just for a minute? And I'll mute you.
yeah.
I don't think it's coming from me, but okay.
Yeah, I think it's coming from Dynast. Dynast, can you mute your mic, Dynast?
Okay, hold on.
It's the echo on your side. All right. So what I was saying is a diplomatic immunity is something that's a bigger wheel there, but independent Black institutions, educational institutions, is something that exists in the United States. In fact, the woman that I was working in her school, she was head of the West Coast region of CB Independent Black Schools. It's a national organization. It's struggling. But the thing that I wanted to say was that ADDI is working to have chapters in different states in the United States. It's not just one organization. If she's approaching this from a global perspective, and the first thing she's doing is setting up her African center in Ghana, and I think she has one in Zimbabwe as well. And so there's supposed to be chapters in every country in Africa as well. She's doing in the United States, there are chapters here in New York, in the state she's in, Tennessee, I believe. And there are other chapters that I'm not aware of, but that's the goal. She's approaching it from a very large, scale. And
Shab, I already know about ADDI. It's an organization with chapters. It's not a global institution, right? A global institution means that presidents, leaders of countries would actually have like some sessions, right? And the thing about diplomatic immunity is, well, like African Union representatives around the world, they're under diplomatic immunity, right? Just like normal diplomats. So there are certain things that you need to have like to operate as a global institution, and that's the difference between, say, UNIA, which also had chapters around the world, and what ADDI is doing right now. So there's a different ballgame, because now with a global institution of that nature, that means that you can actually do military training. With ADDI, that's not the case. It's solely for investment purposes and not looking at the different levels of societal social engineering, societal change, as well as infrastructure development, as well as protection from
Hey, guys, we're gonna go ahead and close out, but we're gonna come back on in about an hour and we're gonna discuss this upcoming Nigerian election. But hey, everyone, thank you so much for joining. Like, share, subscribe. Until next time, family. Dynasty Mirror Search for Huru.
Thank you, brother.
Peace.
Thanks.